Hello.
Blah, 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 blah. Alright, I am missing a cable. Wait, why do I have to change it to 30? Hang on. Why do I need to change it to 30? Also, I just realized I need to put on the very important wig. Give me a minute. Furry Cures, you reminded me that I need to have the very important wig on. There we go, the very important wig. It completes the picture. Also, hang on. Actually, no, I'll keep... The wig should be good enough. Also, hi there, Alvirus. Oh, really? Really now. Change this. Wait, no, wrong button. Change this. There we go. Change this. Got it. Alrighty then. So, Fairy Cures was in first. They've been able to do that 5 times. Let's see. Then Alvirus was like, change this, doing the pants grab. Remember the picture I showed me? Hi. Shirt? I think the Sora hair is more than enough. Dun, dun, dun. Hopefully the music isn't, like, super loud or anything like that. Alright, I'm gonna move this over to here, move this to here. Where's my AverMedia? I need that so I can see my PlayStation and all of its thingy-madiggies. So, also, I'm not a huge fan of this music. Like, what's this one like? Like, I know I like EDM and all that kind of nonsense, but I didn't want, like, you know, lyrical music is what I should say. But yeah, hello everyone. Happy Friday evening to those of you that are in like Oz in the same state as me. Oh yeah, I should probably come up... Hang on a second. Let me see. I should have alternative commands for the drink rules. Hang on a sec. Exclamation point, drink rules. Drinks. Drink R. Rules. It goes to set rules. Let me just see. Where's set rules? And then it says... The rule... Alright, hang on a second. Oh, wait, is it because I have it, like, set to only, moderators can... No, I should... Alright, it should be exclamation point rules now. Let's see. It should be those. It should know these things. So knowing bot accounts, it's the set rules, the global cooldown of 60 seconds. It has not been 60 seconds. Is it because it's using... like the chatbot queue, which is currently pending with stuff? No, it isn't. Alright, is it missing a platform? Accounts. Oh, it's not connected to some... Hang on a second. One moment, it's not able to connect to something. Connect.
Uranian Nezak thinks you should do 20 squats.
Log out. Log in. Alrighty then, Urine. I will get there shortly. Okay, so it's connected to the chat client. Pub sub, it's not connected to... Wonder why it's doing that. Alright, let me... Wonder why it's having such difficulty. So yeah, connected to the thingamajig, connected to elements, found the moderator, says 22... Chat client connected, event sub connected. Huh. Set rules. Is there a way for me to run the event from here? Like, that makes no sense why that worked and... Drink rules. Well, that's fucking dumb. It's enabled as well, like... Oh, maybe I got it. Maybe it's set up this time? Oh, okay. I just didn't enable it. Hang on a second. Rules. There we go. That's working. All right, let me do my 20 squats then. Alrighty. Oh, I should have tried to do these, like... I should have tried to do a few of these before I had to actually start streaming, so it was easier to do. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, my legs, 13, 14, 15. Did I warm up? I should have warmed up a bit more. 16. 17. 18. 19. And 20. Whew. Thank you for the 20 squats. Okay, also, they keep putting lyrics into these songs. They shouldn't be doing this. I'm going to switch back to the lo-fi hip-hop. Normally there's not dialogue going off with a lo-fi hip-hop. So yeah. It's going to be another drinking stream because, my goodness, it's a little bit... Hey, I hit my standing goal with my watch. Thank you very much. My goodness, this game. Oh! Also, I don't know if you guys noticed, if you may not have been able to notice because of... mobile as opposed to like on the desktop, but I've actually like added in the HUD FX extension. So all of them are bit redeems, I'm going to be real with you. But you can like run a full screen effect that's going to happen not only on the stream, And it's not going to be just a sound, but it's going to be a visual effect, and it's going to affect the main stream I'm playing on. Like, whatever full screen thingy-majiggy I have. So there's, like, the option of, like, a flashbang, moist critical, or an explosion. There's a few things in there. I might add in more, but they're all a bit costly just because of the fact of their visual and auditory jump scares. You'll be acting off for a while. You got broken up. What the fuck? That's fucked up. Shit. Well, I hope everyone makes... I hope you have other people to, like, make you feel better. I have no clue how to fucking help you on this one, though. Besides, like, just continuing on with my thing. How do people help people in this scenario? I'm an idiot of a Zeebs a lot of the time. Alrighty. Hang on a second. I know what I'm gonna do. I am just gonna move on. Whee! And then I can stop the music in the background. Alrighty then. So there's Donald doing his thing. I don't know where Goofy... There's Goofy. Alright, so we had to, like, go into this house, I think. No? Apparently... Okay.
Let's see.
What the fuck am I supposed to be doing? Okay, cool. So we got the lucky symbols on the gummy phone. Story. Twilight Town. The rest of the... You all head to an old mansion. You then end up in Roxas's digital Twilight Town. Oh, leave the brain work while they work on it. We could head back outside and pursue the other leads. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Okay, so we're going out. Oh, cutscene. Hopefully I'll remember some of these rules.
So, you think you can bring Roxas back?
It's one of the Xehanorts, or Ansem, that's it. And...
Xemnas!
Them.
Roxas should never have existed in the first place. What you seek is impossible.
No, it ain't.
Roxas does exist. His heart's inside my heart.
And in the unlikely event you did manage to separate the two, where is it you think you can put his heart?
Well, Roxas used to live in the other Twilight Town, right?
You
so,
just put him in a prison, I feel
I'm
like
just
is
gonna
what he's
put him
saying.
back there.
Do you even realize what you are saying? The other Twilight Town is just data.
A heart can live anywhere, even inside data. There are hearts all around us.
Ansem and Xemnas used to be part of the same person, right? But look, now they exist separately just fine.
Yeah, but that was
If
due
they
to, like,
can do
magical
it,
shit.
Then I don't see any reason why you and Roxas can't find a way.
Oh, yeah!
You tell him, Captain Goofy!
In that case, by
Thank
all
you.
means. Nothing would please us more than Roxas's return, of course.
You wish? He'll never answer to you again.
Still so blind. A nobody is what's left behind when one gives his heart to darkness.
Oh, darkness, he said it.
There is only one way to bring
Hang on,
Roxas
I gotta
back,
crack open this one.
which is for you to give your heart up as well.
I'm going for
Sora,
something called
have you
Pirate
finally
Life.
decided to call upon the darkness?
Oh, he said it again.
What?
Go on then. The shadows are never out of reach.
Oh no, the Heartless and the Nobodies.
Now, set your heart free.
Okay, you're weird.
Wait!
People don't talk together. I gotta save Goofy and his
It's
dumpy
not
butt.
darkness. Not if
Oh.
it helps him.
Drink.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. 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 It's over.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah. See ya. Fire!
Yay! Alright, here we go. Rocket time.
Go get him! Yeah, there!
Ars Arcanum, just some real crazy shit. There we go. Oh, they do some weird, like, cartoon logic here and there. Oh, I missed this button mashing. This is great. I love it. As you play the game, you can share Kingdom Hearts 3 memes. Hey, thank you very much. I'll definitely take part in that. If I find some memes.
Try this!
Form 2.
Take this! Yeah!
Gotcha. Oh no, I took a photo of it. Oh, but someone mentioned it. Yeah, you're right. There we go. Fix the count. Sora feeling upsetties about the darkness.
Herc said... He said, with all my heart.
Yes, he did.
Okay, then all my heart it is. I'm getting Roxas out.
Yay.
Are you with me? Donald? Goofy?
Sure.
You betcha!
I don't know what Ansem and Xemnas want, but I think we better tell the others to watch out.
Yeah.
Okay then. Let's
Sounds
head
good
back
to
to
me.
town.
We could try and catch up with Hannah and Alert.
Oh, those were monkeys.
There!
Counter shield. Oh, there's some things I can pick up. There we go.
Back off! There!
Lightning! Oh, it's a... Yay! Cool. Thunder. Hopefully I can get that as an actual spell.
I know what to do, Sora.
There we go. And then there was a chest over here. So wait, can I... Alright, jump to... Nope.
Ha! Yeah. Yeah.
How do I... Because I can't double jump at this point. I'm not resetting my drink each stream? No, I'm not. We're gonna do this... It's gonna be a one long-ass countdown of the entire Kingdom Hearts, of seeing how much I have to go through, like, drinking and all that kind of such. Approximately 10 drinks or so is like a bottle, or like a can, so we got a pretty decent indicator.
Here we go.
Here we go. Oh! Donald, don't look so good. Just button mashing A right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bam! Boozles! Bam! Boozle! There we go. A wham! Bam!
Yeah.
There we go. Oh! Ingredient. Mickey sign. I see it.
Let's see.
Wait, what? I can't take a picture of it from here? Why not? Oh my god, that's totally unfair. Do I have to
I bet
swing
you
my...
there's a lucky emblem here.
I know, I saw it.
Hey, I think that's a lucky emblem.
No, 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 no. Oh wait, I can run up the wall. Thank you.
Let's see. Got it.
There we go.
Good picture.
If they're okay, chat. This is very important. If they are referencing the same lucky emblem, like if I heard it, the drink, and, you know, I'm trying to get to it and they mention it, should that count as a drink, or should that have not happened because, you know, I've already drank previously from it? Whee! Barrels. Can I hit the barrels?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I can. Excellent. They saw an emblem on the door. There is not an emblem on the door. If there's an emblem on the door, then yeah, sure, I'll take a drink. But there is not an emblem on the fucking door.
Let's see.
That's
Got it.
entirely different. Fine, that's another drink. I have photographed 5 lucky emblems and have gotten the expert ring.
Picture, Sora.
Thank you, Goofy. Alright, equipment. Reduces the magic but gives me a lot of maximum AP, which I like. I'll give Donald the magic ring. Goofy, you don't really get anything. No hidden... Hey! Don't give me that sippin' look, okay? I thought they were talking about the lucky emblem that was up on the wall. I didn't realize they were going to be all that close together. Team up with Donald and roast your enemies. Yep, sure, let's enable that. MP safety. Disable recharging when MP runs out. Only Cure and Link will trigger a recharge. And then we got combo plus a few times. Automatically trigger the finish command when a situation command timer runs out. Yep. MP haste, recharge faster when you run out. And, oh, we can still do all the combo plus. Awesome. I was worried I wouldn't have enough room to do all that. Let's see, what is Donald? What can Donald do? Not that. Extends the availability period of team-ups. Yep. And pick up 1 extra cooking item each time you gather. When below, stacks with the thingies. Pearls. Goofy discus, that's good. When they're really close to an emblem, they say the lines. Oh, when they're really close. I thought it was like when they see it. I didn't realize it was like, you know, when they were up close kind of nonsense. Alright, here we go. Whee! That's good to know. So if I can somehow find it quicker than them, maybe they won't say it. Damn it.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I know what to do. Here we go.
Whee! Up into the sky. Oh, no, never mind.
Go get him. Oh.
Am I going the right way?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully I'm going the right way. Nope, wrong way. Wrong way. Unless, was that the right way?
Let's see.
Damn it. I don't know which is the right way and which is the wrong way. Oh!
Hop on.
Firing time.
Don't think we should use the fancy moves here.
Oh, do you now? Bam. More things to break.
Yeah.
Treasure! Open this. Fluorite. Okay.
Yeah.
You can disable the Keyblade transformations. If they froze time while going on, you wouldn't mind, but they can leave you in an active hitbox. Oh, I didn't know they can do that. They're not bothering me right now.
It was you laddies who rescued my chef.
Hi, Scrooge!
Scrooge.
Huh? Wait. Didn't he sell ice cream in Hollow Bastion?
That's right. But Uncle Scrooge here is what you might call a world traveler.
Meh,
Cool.
just going wherever the fuck he wants.
How are you, Uncle Scrooge?
Oh, hello, Sora. You're looking hale and hearty. I heard you were
Yeah.
on another grand adventure with these two. I hope Donald isn't making
Muscles
a
like
menace of
these.
himself.
Why did you have to say that?
So, Uncle Scrooge, what's that you were saying about a chef?
They were talking about
right,
Ratatouille.
Right.
They were talking about Emil.
The chef of my bistro here wanted to show you his appreciation.
No, not Emil.
So, he
What's his
baked
name?
this for you.
No. I have
is it?
muscles, Renee. I have muscles.
Wow! Cake!
That's not cake. That's like fruit.
The whole cake? It's for us? Huh?
Now, settle down. The chef wants you to know it's not a cake, but a tart of fruit.
Yep.
Does?
Fruit tart.
Why keep it under my hat? May I introduce Little Chef?
Oh, it's you!
Remy.
Uncle Scrooge?
Thank you, Furry Cures. Remy.
Aye. It all started a little while ago when I was enjoying one of the best meals of my life.
Made
And
by
when I
a rat.
asked to speak to the chef, I met this wee genius. As it turns
Oh,
out,
what a wee
he
fella.
wanted to expand his culinary horizons. So I thought, that's an opportunity. And I financed the whole operation. Ooh, I think he wants to cook some more for you. Get some
Awesome.
ingredients, especially anything unusual.
What's my favorite
That'll be
fruit?
fun. Kind of like a scavenger hunt.
And the more the better. The mark of a
I
truly
normally go
great
for
chef
apples, but
is
I don't really
creating
eat a lot of
masterpieces
fruits.
out of anything. You can
I don't go for
start right
fruits
here
too
in
often,
town.
I'm sorry to say.
We'll do anything to try more of Little Chef's food.
Remy.
That tart sure did
Why
look
can't you
scrumptiously
just say
delicious.
Remy?
Okay,
We're talking
the ingredient
animals.
hunt is on.
I just saw what Furry Cures wrote. At Little Chef's Bistro, you can Transform the ingredients you've gathered into delicious meals. Eating the cuisine you prepare will grant you beneficial effects like temporary stat increases. The recipes available in the bistro depend on the ingredients you've gathered, so be sure to scour every world you visit for the making of new and powerful recipes. My favorite fruit isn't a person.
Go on, lads.
Yeah,
You need to
no, I
scrounge up some
don't have a
ingredients.
favorite fruit. Alright,
Yes, we're still short. Let's keep searching.
oh, we need to look for... Oh, for fuck's sake. So, I have to find new ingredients. Despite the fact I have a shit ton of ingredients on my own. Ooh, that was cool. Cool.
Nice.
Whee! That was cool.
We can't leave. Little Chef still needs our help.
Yeah, no, I'm just breaking shit, looking for food as you described.
How do you think little Chef can use this?
Yes, I think so. You know what? When Code comes in, I'll use that joke. I'll ask him if I'll tell him I'll ask him if, you know, if he thinks he's my favorite fruit or something like that. We'll see if that, you know, pans out. All right, can I go this way? Yes, I can. There we go. All right, so
Needs more ingredients. We better keep an eye out.
this is going to be a very drinky sort of stream, isn't it? With the introduction of,
Hope we find
The-
some ingredients around here.
oh my... We've already found the thing there. Caviar? More caviar. I'm annoyed that I can't, like, the ingredients, like, additional counts or whatever like that is not being included in my whole scavenging thing. There we go, we grab those. Grab those. They better not have been, like, directly in front of the like, resort or whatever. There we go. So we got those. Ooh, chest. Alrighty. Meow. God damn it, I need to find 4 more.
We can't leave. Little Chef still needs our help.
Trying up the buildings. Will do. Meow. Oop. I'm just breaking a lot of the boxes that are around. Oh, that's gonna give me food.
Just imagine the yummy stuff little Chef will whip up with this.
Will do. Yep. Donk. Alright, here we go. Nope, do not. There we go. Open this.
Oh boy, let's see if there's more.
There we go. And then... I just need one more.
Yeah, ice cream is.
Yeah.
He's just to die for. Have to bring my friends.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the last one. That should do it now. At least we've been able to, like, triple up on the ingredients rather than, you know, get only, like, one piece of each. Now, what are you going to make us?
Hey! Guys!
Oh,
Hayner! Olette!
Hi.
Hey, boss. Done with the posters.
Hey, good work,
Lol, they work for
you guys work for
Scrooge.
Uncle Scrooge here at the bistro?
Do we?
Now I can go to the
He
bistro?
gave us a
Excellent.
short job putting up these special posters. Mr. McDuck's hosting an open-air film festival in the courtyard. Cool, huh?
Oh, I haven't really seen
Oh,
that. Hey, it has a QR code. That's very modern.
Hold your phone up to the poster.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Is this going to be an introduction to how, like, you can get
There,
special symbols and
You've
things?
just downloaded a promo game for the film. You can try it later.
You did all this, Uncle Scrooge?
Of course, laddie. Provide a bit of entertainment and then give folks a nice, cozy place to relax.
All
Like the
this
bistro
while you
here.
make while you're
They'll
making
be
money.
happy and hungry and eager to spend their money.
Uncle Scrooge.
Typical capitalism.
Gorge,
Typical
sure is
capitalist.
canny. I
Nothing is
always
being
wondered
done for the
how he
goodness of
keeps
his heart. It's
customers
all
coming
being
into
done
his
for
businesses
money.
over and over.
Oh yeah, I'm no business guy, but I sure wouldn't want to be one of Uncle Scrooge's competitors.
Seriously.
Communism.
Oh,
Oh,
Everyone,
right.
Scrooge
I need to
McDuck.
warn you guys.
Meanwhile, there's communism dog.
Well, those creepy crawly things might come
Also,
back for
I just really
more.
want to scratch the top of my
So stay
foot
on
for
your
some
toes.
reason.
Sure. But don't we have you guys to take care of him for us?
You have to leave again?
Mm-hmm.
That's our job.
Classic
but we'll
kingdom.
definitely
Okay.
be back.
When you gonna slow down?
Sorry. Just do me a favor.
Well, what is it? Don't make it too tough.
I know how Roxas feels to be lost, but Donald and Goofy, Kyrie, brought me back by wishing with all their hearts. So, I was hoping the three of you would do the same and wish for Roxas.
What? That's it?
Oh.
That's no favor. We'll all wish. I'm wishing.
Yeah. Me and Pence too.
Thanks.
Here comes the Dark Fellas. And Zanzibar, or whatever his name is.
Aren't you making it a little too obvious?
We were instructed to guide him.
Yes. Just look at them.
Are they
couldn't
even the
get
same
far if we
voice
did not
actor, the
spell
two
it
of them?
out. Fair enough. But let's not forget how many times Sora still managed to rain on our parade.
If he wavers from the path we lay, we destroy him.
Yeah,
But
you've
in
not
that
had much
case,
success with that.
We'll have to find ourselves another vessel.
That is why we never have just one iron in the fire.
Noted. It is the same VA? Okay. It doesn't sound like I know it just sounds like a slight difference. Like maybe that is like on purpose, but my goodness. Yay! We got a new Keyblade. We got to take a sip because that is one of our rules. Emphasis on magic, double arrow guns, and magic launcher. Shooting star can be form changed into a projectile called double arrow. Hold the right trigger to aim and automatically fire a stream of shots towards enemies. Cool. Oh, cool. So I have no cuisines going off right now. And there's my third thingy-madiggy, which gives me magic treasure magnets. Whatever the F that is. Doesn't say what it is. So I guess it's something that's on the Keyblade itself. Alright, so there's 1, 2... So I got 4 more to look for. Yeah, cool. Alright, Classic Kingdom. Avoid the giant attacks and escape the room. Use the spoon to spring on the table. Move over to the curtain. Press A to open. Move over to the pepper shaker to make him do a big sneeze. Then jump to the candle holder. You jump from candle to candle to reach the window where Mickey is waiting. Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. So, and then... Yep. Yay! I remember these games being a lot harder. Oh, there's stages. Okay. Oh. I mistimed that. There we go. Alright, how many stages are there? Yeah! Stage 4, okay. Can I exit out of this? Okay, cool, so I can exit out of it. Okay, so you can just go up stages. Apparently there's no ending. Great. And then, yep, all that kind of thingy-madiggies. Alrighty. And then there's game health, and you can customize the thingy-madiggies. Hey, we now have, Blizzard and Cure. Cool. Meow pow. Alright, okay, so Cure is gonna go there. Blizzard will go there. Meow pow, and let's see, potion, high potion, mega potion to the whole team.
We brought some ingredients.
Let's see. Enter the bistro? Yes. Let's have a look at what we can make. No, I appreciate it, Furry Cures. It's okay. My friends are my power.
Is the food ready yet? Huh?
I'm gonna take the wild guess
He
that
hasn't started?
I'm gonna help him make
Whoa,
it.
Whoa, hold on. Hey, hey. Oh, no! Oh, whoa!
Cool.
What you... you're gonna make me cook?
Yes, because that is Remy's gimmick. Bring little chef new ingredients to help him find new thingamajiggies. Alright. Seems to have an idea for a new soup. Alright, let's try this new soup. Chop quick, rapidly tilt to chop. Once you finish with the ingredient, tilt right to bring out the next one. You have a limited time to cook. Watch the hourglass, okay?
Yeah.
1.
Oh,
Yay! That was
we
easy.
did it.
Like, just one and a half onions? Seriously? Easy. Wait, what do you mean try again? No, we've made it. There we go. We've made the fucking... Alright, what's this? A new fish dish. Alright, we'll make a fish. Alternate between left and right as the rings close to the grinder. You have a limited time to cook. Watch the hourglass at the edge of the screen. Cool.
Ha! Oops! Oh, no!
What do you mean? We'll try again. Four, 2, 1.
All right!
Cool.
We did it!
I thought I was gonna have to go through like multiple sort of commands, not just, you know, one thing. Nope, we're good. We've made the fish recipe. Alright, and then we've got a meat. So let's make the meat next. Tilt in a circle to pour. It needs to be just the right amount. Once you think you're ready, tilt to flame. The secret to delicious cuisine is imagination. When the swirl of imagination fills the screen, that's when you should tilt. No sooner, no later. Be careful not to overpour.
Yeah.
2, 1. Okay, cool.
All right. We
Yeah,
did it.
I swear I was gonna see like multiple like things, but I guess, yay, 3 stars for sweetbread poulet. All right, what's the dessert? Oh, is it just gonna be the fucking like fruit thingy-majiggy? Ah, here we go.
All right.
Just rapidly pushing down. Oh man, I can't wait for Blue to try and play this game. Like, just specifically this, like, mini game here. Just being like, yeah, clink, 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 clink. There we go.
Ah, my bistro's future is looking bright. The new
Yay.
recipes are a smash. Those ingredients of yours must really have got little chef's gears a-turning. Soon we'll be chasing customers away. Keep up the good work.
Will do. And I'm never gonna touch this
We
while on
tried.
stream again.
Right, little
unless it's
chef?
like a requirement for story progression. Yay, the gourmand's ring. Leave the bistro? Yes, please. Ingredients mentioned? Fine. There we go.
Yeah, I can't wait for dessert.
Okay, so where am I going next? Ooh, I can hit this.
7 Wonders of Twilight Town?
I do not care about the 7 Wonders of Twilight Town. Bistro unlock, you can visit Little Chef's thingy-majiggy from the thingy-madoog. Cool. Dun dun. Alright, where to next? Hopefully I am going the right way.
I'm I'm sorry I left without saying goodbye.
Oh man,
You're
Lee is getting
sweet,
onto
Lee.
Sora's girl.
Nah.
Just pulling out the fucking ice creams.
What?
Damn.
Nothing. I just...
Go on.
You're trying to remember what you forgot?
Well, yeah.
You used to be best friends with Roxas and, whatever the fuck the other...
So tomorrow,
Xerox or
you and
whatever her
me in
name
a
was.
ring. You ready?
Of course.
Don't hold back, Lee. Promise?
Ow. Oh, Xion. Oh man, he is.
Huh? Are you okay? Lee!
Yeah. Sorry.
I
You're
don't know what
crying.
came over me. Emotions
wrong?
for a girl.
Something in my eyes.
Lee.
I'm gonna go. Sorry.
Aw,
Okay, but stop apologizing.
he's too masculine.
Fine. On one condition.
What?
Call me Axel from now on.
What?
Got it? Memorized?
Yeah.
Great. So now
Okay,
we have to call him
Axel.
Axel. Everyone else was having trouble trying to call him Axel, and then it's like finally, you know, fucking Kyrie was able to know the difference, and he's like, oh, you know what, Kyrie? Maybe I should just be called Axel. It's like, God fucking damn it. Just... It was easy, and like I was getting behind like Lee very quickly. Ugh, excuse me. Blah. Blah 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 blah.
So this is the place
where Aqua fell into the realm of darkness after she dove in to save Terra.
Yeah. She said he was acting strange.
Okay, this, I need to get a new beer. Hang on a second. I'm gonna run an advertisement while I go and grab my new beer. And no, I didn't just burp. Is there an advertisement running right now, or nah? Yeah, there's an advertisement running right now. Chaos! Hi, Chaos. Welcome to the stream. Wait. Hang on. Advertisement's not done yet. Okay, advertisement is done. Chaos! Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you. All right, I got my new beer ready for the next time I hear anything of my rules thingy-madiggies. Thank you for the hug.
Strange how exactly?
She sensed darkness in him. And they ended up getting into a big fight.
Darkness.
Right. And in the aftermath, the two of them disappeared. Around the same time, the guards found a stranger with white hair lying unconscious here in the square. A man calling himself Xehanort.
I am doing well. I have finally finished one beer in the span of 57 minutes.
But that was a mistake. Xehanort betrayed his master, stole his research, and along with his fellow apprentices, separated his heart from his body.
Cool. Yes, I did see the TikTok you made. You fucking Thurston. Hang on a sec. Let me just zoom in on this one. You fucking Thurston on me, on Scribbly, and that was the only point of time that I paid attention because as that's when you referenced me and Scribbly, and yes. Thirsty.
His master's name, Ansem, and traveled to the past to give his younger self instructions. He even briefly had control of you. His empty body stayed in the present, took the name Xemnas, and founded Organization 13. Their goal was to prepare 13 vessels for Xehanort's heart.
Until we put an end to the organization.
Okay, that's a good exposition done.
But all the while, young Xehanort had been visiting the future to choose 13 vessels of his own. Hearts with strong enough ties to him to begin a new organization. The real Organization 13.
I love how that's the distinction between the Organization 13 that we knew of from Kingdom Hearts 2 to the Organization 13 that we are aware of in Kingdom Hearts 3. Is they just added the word real. And apparently that, like,
fight with us.
That's worthwhile.
But what happened to Terra? I thought you said that Aqua saved him.
Yep, she did. The problem is we didn't notice. You remember the end of the Mark of Mastery exam? When Master Xehanort made his grand return?
Yes.
That's the Xehanort I remember. He was already a pretty old man then. But how do you explain Ansem and Xemnas, his heartless, and his nobody? Isn't it strange how young they look? Why aren't they old men? It's because Xehanort was using a different body when the split happened.
Using
that
like
face from the
Terra's
portrait I mentioned? It wasn't just some stranger that Ansem the Wise took under his wing. It was the young man whose body Master Xehanort possessed.
The Terra Xehanort.
No way. That was Terra? Master Xehanort was using Terra?
Yes, we learned this from Birth by
Master
Sleep.
Xehanort told us another on our list belonged to him. He was talking about Terra. Turns out, Aqua saved more than just her friend that day.
Terranort. Yes, that's the
Okay.
that's like the shorthand
But
name.
Master Xehanort is an old man again now. Where did Terra's body go?
It's 'cause Master Xehanort's collecting vessels. He claimed to have 2 of our 7 lights. We got Sora back, but Terra must still be on Xehanort's
Cookie for
side.
Chaos. Also, hi there, young Raiden.
He's with Organization 13? We should warn Sora.
Yup, and Merlin too.
Yeah.
Thank you for the box.
Hey, Sora, I got a tip for you.
Hello, welcome to the world map. From here, you can voyage to new worlds on your gummy ship. Or, if you're feeling creative, you can use the gummy ship editor to create your own custom ship. Yay! To visit a new world, you'll have to reach it on your gummy ship. Once you've reached the world, you'll be able to warp back to it at any time.
I think you're ready for a teeny ship.
Yay! Teeny Ship Alpha to set up your new teeny ship.
Great, Sora. Great job.
Yay! Cool.
Hey, Sora, I got a tip for you.
If you want, press to mark the place of interest before you go. You'll be able to see this marker during the voyage as you navigate. Okay. Where am I going? Alright, so we got, like, different waypoints. The Kingdom of Coronora. Olympus. Alright, I think Starlight Way is where we're needing to go next. And then... Teeny Ship Alpha. Lol, there's all these, like, teeny ships. Alrighty. We begin our voyage. Is it bad if people thirst for the zebra? No, it's not bad that people thirst for the zebra. I've already done like a TikTok or two pointing fun at that, and to the fun of, like, you know, people who are surprised of the zebra when I, you know, start doing you know, things, and they see the zebra and they're like, oh my goodness, why is he so big? It's funny. Also, I forgot, like, all the controls to this thing already. Okay, so left triggers to go faster. Why do I have a wig? Because it's funny! Everyone sees the personas with, like, the perfect hair that they want, and it's all kinds of crazy hairs and styles. But have you seen a furry with a wig? No, you haven't, because no furry has thought to do that. Everyone thinks it's like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if the furry had no clothes? But it's never funny of, like, oh, what if the furry...
Chaos_the kid paid me to say yay you and your hyper himbonus teasing me shaking my SMH.
Yay. Ow. I have now arrived at my marker. Oh my goodness, there's a giant ship.
How do we reach the world now?
Like this!
This should be easy enough to do. I'm racking up a really big score as well. I'm trying to hit him with, like, lasers and things. Got him! I now have unrestricted access to the deep space. Awesome! Got myself some XP, got myself a mini helm, some twin shots. Not the Cactar Chimera! Not the Cactar! No! Stop throwing things at me! Dead. I'm dead. There we go. Alright. Do I want to land in this world? Yes. We are going to go to wherever the fuck this is. I don't think I've ever seen a place more beautiful. I have never known where the fuck you are.
Urania Zach thinks you should do 20 squats.
Alrighty then. Time to do 20 squats. Here we... Oh, wait. Chair is not properly away. Man, these squats are going to sober me up so well. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. You think you're the only one streaming squats tonight? Yeah, I think you are, but that's okay. I've greatly increased the... the cooldown time for the squats because I had them down to like 5 or 6 minutes, they were disrupting like... Oh, what the fuck is this place? Who are you? What is that? What? No, this isn't Kingdom Hearts. What? What? I have no idea what's going on right now. What? That's not a real video game. Gigas action figures. Cool. It's an imaginary video game for the world you're in. That made no... What the...
I was watching that!
Sorry.
Yay! It's Toy Story!
Rex.
Gotta say, that Giga's pretty impressive.
Really? I like his aura most.
Nope. There's like
Woody, what
new
gives?
thingamajiggies.
Are they back?
Robots. Or alien robots.
All right, guys. Today we teach those masked intruders who's boss. Is everybody in position?
Wait, hold on. I don't think I'm emotionally prepared.
Would
Too
you
late for
calm
that.
Down? Don't worry, I got you covered.
Alright, we got the soldiers as well in the bucket.
It's go time.
That's the title drop. You got a friend in me. Where the road goes rough ahead, and you're miles and miles from your nice warm
What in the world? Where are we? Oh my gosh! Have we been shrunk? And look at us!
Your toys.
This for? We have to protect the world order.
Border?
I said order.
Gorge! Who's gonna protect the order from them?
Heartless.
Okay, we go on 3. 1, 2. Wait! What are you doing?
Let him cook.
Who are those guys?
Oh, I can activate counter shield. Okay, I'm gonna be like, Toy Story was a really big. Well, most Pixar shit I'm like a big fan of. Toy Story was one of those ones where it came out in 1990. I think it's 95 and 99 that Toy Story 1 and 2 came out. And it was a... Ooh, hang on, I can do the Mad Teacups. Like, I grew up with this nonsense. Let's see, can I slide? Can I jump? No, I cannot. Whee! I can handle it. Alright, I'm not going to be able to get onto the thingy-diggies that are up in the air. 1995. Okay, 1995 was the first one. And then was Toy Story 2 1999. Yes, awesome, cool. So, like, I was, like, technically I was only 2 years old, so I think I only saw Toy Story 1 when Toy Story 2 came out in 1999 when I was, like, of age to watch movies and understand them and such. So I grew up on this nonsense, and I, you know, classic kid, I would do that thing where I was like, because Mom got me like a Buzz Lightyear toy as well after the movie, and because of my fucking vapid imagination, I was like just like before I leave the rooms, just like quickly looking behind me of like, is the toy moving this time? But you know, then you know, I grew up like in a couple of months, and it's just sort of like, oh no, Toy Story is fictional. That's not how toys work and shit. And then they released Toy Story 3 back in 2010. Yes, Toy Story has been out. Toy Story 3 has been going, was like a decade plus ago. This still haunts me. And it's just like, oh my gosh, like, you have Andy growing up and he's in college and shit. And at the time, I was basically, yeah, I think I was pretty much, I was done with high school at this time, or close to, and you know, thinking about university and such like that. And that like really hurt me, and that really hit me, because I was like, because of moving around all the time, I don't really have a lot of my own toys or anything like that. So it kind of like, props to Pixar, somehow always making films that just, you know, hit me in the heart, and they're like, it's like me for real. For real. So I just end up with like this thing of like, yeah, I don't have any of my original toys anymore or anything like that. And that shit from Toy Story 3 just hits me harder at home than most other things did. If an enemy attack sends you flying, press O to perform an aerial recovery. Oh yeah, cool. I know how that works. It was direct damage on kids who grew up with the first two. Yes.
Wait. You look familiar. I know this.
What?
You're
Zora!
Huh?
Yo, Zora.
My name's Sora. Oh.
Stay back. For all we know, the intruder sent them.
Zora!
Slow down there, Rex. We don't know them.
But we can trust them. They're the #1 selling heroes in the country.
Yeah. Andy's mom must have bought them for him.
Ham's right. Did you see how easily they took care of the intruders?
Disney
I bet they're
confirmed
here
Toy
to
Story
figure
5
out why all our
a
friends
week
have
ago.
gone missing.
Oh, what?
And why Buzz's laser started actually lasering, and all the weird stuff that's been going on. I mean, that's what heroes do, right?
Let's not jump to conclusions.
Wait. Hang on. Okay, so fun fact. When they had to do the voice of Woody for I think the toys, I think it was. Fun fact: Tom Hanks has it's either Tom Hanks or Tim Allen, one of the two. I think it's Tom Hanks that's done this trick. But when they have to do the marketing for the toys and such like that, and it has like the voice box or what have you, it's not Tom Hanks. It's thank you, Erne. It's Jim Hanks that does it. Hang on. So Kingdom Hearts 3 Woody. Who is the voice of Woody in Kingdom Hearts 3? Jim Hanks! Yes, it is Jim Hanks! Yes! Jim Hanks has voiced Woody more times than Tom has. I 100% believe that, considering the amount of IP nonsense that Toy Story is likely done now, and so yeah. Yo, Zora was the character in the fake commercial. Yep, no. I figured that much, and that's why they didn't pick up on the heterochromia thingy-majiggy. I just...
Gotta be smart, Woody.
So you're Andy's new toys?
Toys?
You sure did a
Yes.
number on those intruders.
Those are the Heartless.
The bad guys.
We've been fighting against those intruders for a while.
I knew it!
It's fun.
Okay.
Huh?
In that
Oh,
case,
I need to double check
you're
Jim
all right
Cummings.
by me. My name's Woody. Put her there.
Hey,
Now, hold on.
I'm Sora.
Zora!
Actually, my name's Sora.
And I'm Donald.
Oh, I'm Goofy.
And I'm Buzz Lightyear.
Call me him. It's a real honor.
And I'm
Buzz,
Rex. I'm
voice
your
actor.
biggest fan. In fact, I've been playing your game for months now, and I've already gotten you all the way up to level 47. But that Bahamut boss is really tough. Slinky and I can't figure out how to beat him. Oh, I wish Slinky and the others were here. They'd be
Mike
so happy to meet
McRae
you.
is apparently the
All
voice
troops,
actor for
attention,
Buzz
sir.
Lightyear. What else has he done? Facing Noah, Lady Death movie, Full Metal. Okay, so he's done like a lot of VA work.
Strangers from the
Wow.
outside. Welcome.
They're all toys? So that's why we look the way we do.
Yes.
Huh?
Excuse me. You said that you battled those intruders before.
Oh, I'm not gonna look up that kind
Tell
of
us
nonsense.
where and
That someone
why.
else can look up that stuff.
Well, we are... No.
Well, you must have come from somewhere.
Take it easy, Buzz. What matters is that they got those intruders out of our way for at least a little while. No need to interrogate them.
Yeah, Buzz.
Woody's right.
Noted.
I love how you can
But
like see
still.
little scratches.
Hey, have those intruders, the Heartless, been a problem around here?
No, they just showed up a little while ago.
In fact, those Heartless materialized right after all of our friends up and vanished.
You don't think.
Well, gee, it can't just be a coincidence.
It wasn't always this lonely. One day we woke up and we were the only toys left here. Nobody's heard from Mom, Molly, or Andy.
Cause you got a friend in me.
We keep waiting for Andy to come home.
Well,
you really
wait.
care about
I'm
him.
fairly sure Ham's VA also died a few years before this as well, though.
Yeah. He's the best friend that toys like us could ever hope to have.
All right, we better start looking.
Huh?
Have you got any clues we can go on? Any other strange things that happened?
Well, There's one thing.
One big thing.
Huge, sir. What thing?
After everyone went MIA, the intruders didn't come alone. They arrived with a guy wearing a hood dressed in black, just like you. As a matter of fact, he's the only other toy we've seen outside of you three.
A black hood? But that would mean...
The organization!
You know who it is?
We have a theory.
Yeah, they're bad news.
Seems like you have a lot of enemies.
Oh, they transitioned from the events
We
of 2
may
and
have a
3.
hunch what's causing all the
yes.
weirdness.
Yep.
Would you mind if we handle this?
I'm sorry, but we're not gonna leave this to you.
Huh?
If that guy had
swear
something to do with
Ratzenberger
our friends
died.
vanishing, then he's our problem too. We've got to work together.
Sounds good to me.
Right. So then, where can we find that guy?
Sarge, any word from the recon team?
The latest
Hi there,
reports place them
Yizin.
in town, sir.
Big
At
and
Galaxy
jerks.
Toys.
Then Galaxy Toys is where we're going. Sora, follow me. It's out the window and down the roof.
Hello there.
Not so fast, cowboy. You seem pretty gung-ho about going. But shouldn't we stay here and wait for Andy?
Well, you've got a point, but we've tried waiting. Look, if we go with Sora, we might find a clue. Are you with me, Buzz?
Of course. Okay, let's move out.
Come on, let's head over to the toy store.
Open this chest.
Nice.
Andy's home. Excellent. Must still be a kid, but there wasn't any mention of Bullseye or Jesse. Well, Bullseye or Jesse might have actually, like, you know... This must be, like... Jesse and Bullseye might have, like, run, like, you know, being caught or whatever. Because I don't think this is between the events of 1 and 2. Yay. Hang on. Is that gonna count as, like, a Mickey thing? Hang on.
Let's see.
No, it's not. Okay. Deep space codes. What? I'm pretty sure. Hang on a second. So there's the S. 3 dots. This is just Morse code.
Hey, I think that's a lucky emblem.
Up. Gotta take a drink. Oh, I see it.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay, that's probably one of the things I need to get from... Because I've seen it in Kusaki and, I think Kalua's or Puffin's streams, where they'll have, like, an image, and it will just be, like, a flashing, like, dot and an arrow, where it's just sort of like... And then the voice line, do you see it? Alright, just quickly save this. Oh, and then I can... Yay! Alright, so... Do we go this way? Yep, looks like we do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pirate ship time! Yeah! Womp womp. Womp womp.
Go! Yes! Go! Yes!
This is fun.
Go!
Hell yeah. Alrighty. Pick up all this. Okay. Which way do we go? Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah. Here we go.
Here we go now.
Back off. Yeah. Take this.
Buzz levels up. Good for you.
Yeah. So long. Go. See ya. So long.
Okay, the first thing we've got to do is head down the street.
Galaxy Toys is on the other side of town.
Okay, am I going down the right street? It's hard to tell which way is the... Yeah, cool. Hopefully this is the right way. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, cool. That is a really big fucking store. I have, like, that's a mall. That's not a store. That's just a fucking mall. Not even Bunnings does this shit. There are way too many stores. Like, way too many floors.
Why doesn't that toy move?
I guess it hasn't figured it out.
Figured what out?
I can make it move for you.
Huh?
It's the organization. Oh, they give you the young
You're
one.
from the dream. The first of the Xehanorts.
I'm so honored you remember me.
More Heartless.
Oh no, he can move.
Wait.
He's just a mecha.
Look out!
One heart's shadows fill the emptiness of another. See how they bring him to life? Like heartless and nobodies, they fit together.
Enough! Why are you doing this?
There's a darkness we are missing
Oh,
and
he
must
said the darkness.
reclaim. The way hearts connect in this world can provide us with a clue. So we made a copy of the world, and then pulled those hearts apart. I wonder how you'll handle the strain.
Wait!
What the fuck
What
are
does
you
that
talking
mean?
about?
Don't let me down.
You make no sense.
Whoa!
Buddy, what is going on? Is this toy a friend or foe?
I think we've got our answer.
What are the rules? Oh, here are the rules.
Yeah! If the Heartless know how to do it, there's no reason you can't.
If you want to add in more rules, 5 gifted subs.
Huh?
I should probably update my streamer thingy-madiggy with that little mention there about the rules. So give me a second. The rules are, if you wish to add more rules, please gift 5 subs. And because that's a new line, then that does like the thingy-madiggy. And I then just need to add in a new thingy-madiggy of gift sub new rule, where it's, you know, hang on a second, so core, and then I need a get user, Twitch, user, get user info, and I'm getting user, and then let's see, chat, send message, congrats, percentile user, percentile, You may now add a new rule to the drinking rules. I'm just updating my, I'm updating the streamer bot thingy-majiggy. I should have done this like one of the days I wasn't streaming, but I didn't because I'm an idiot. But, okay, hang on. So, gift sub, and so from 5 to... New rule requested. Wait, did I do... Percentile? Oh, I already have it. Okay, cool. Oh, what I can do is I can just go... copy sub action. And then... Oh, wait, no, it's already got that thing. Okay, then I just need to... Okay, so I do already have it. I guess I just wasn't very smart and remembered that I already did that.
Brilliant! I'm on it!
While aboard a Gigas, left to move around, right to take aim, R to do the thingy-majiggy. Hold 0 to activate the Gigas booster. Depleting this gauge will keep you afloat. Press the buttons to show various commands. Once you defeat a Gigas inside Galaxy Toys, you can board it by approaching and pressing triangle. There are 3 Gigas types, each with unique capabilities. Give them all a try. It's like Doom. Board the new Gigas. What's the special shot? Punching is very effective. Stop running around in circles. Did it! Robo-Tan. Blue has grenades, red is tackling. Okay, cool. Robots.
He was being controlled? He wasn't just switched into battle mode by accident?
No.
Buzz?
It's nothing.
I'm confused. That guy in the black coat, did he say he made a copy of the real world? What's that mean?
It probably means they split this world in two. Your friends in one world, us in the other. only one of the worlds is real, and the other is just really convincing.
You can't be serious.
Okay.
Oh, that's right. You're from a...
Hey, it says Pixar on his butt. Okay, hang on a sec. Let me zoom in on the butt so you can see what I'm talking about.
video game.
See?
Well, maybe in your game, that's how things work. But here in reality, you can't split worlds. This is ridiculous.
Hey.
Woody, let's go.
I admit, it does sound just a little far-fetched.
Just a little bit.
Say we have been taken to some kind of alternate world. That would explain why your laser's real. And...
See? Disney Pixar. Oh, I'm in the way. Hold on a sec. Let me just... Look at this.
Is it really that crazy?
Disney Pixar.
Worse than evil emperors and protecting the galaxy? Any of that ring a bell?
Point taken. But that just means these strangers are part of the delusion. And I say it's time we parted ways and went home.
Thought we were friends, not strangers.
Look, I get that it seems weird. But we know something's wrong with this.
How can Xehanort just split the world? I don't fucking know. Fucking magic, that's how.
We should
stick together.
Sora's right. They helped with the intruders, so they might help find our friends. They have been there for us so far. You can't deny that. Come on. Every toy deserves a fair shake. Am I right?
Tell it to that toy over there.
Oh no, goddammit, Puffin! How dare you! You just dropped me on my ass.
Sheriff, sir!
Hi.
Rex has just been dino-napped!
What's that?
Oh no, it's like kidnapped, but
My
with
men
a
saw him get hauled
dinosaur.
up to the second floor, sir! And Ham and the aliens are MIA!
Come on. We have got to find them.
Please, let us help.
Yeah!
How's it going, Puffin?
Well, Buzz? Do you really think we can save our
Other
friends on
worlds
our
were
own?
like dreaming because
We
they
didn't
were
get
at
very
like
far
the fucking
before. We gotta take all the
time,
help we
like
can
the
get.
event horizon of being captured by darkness. But when we stopped that, they didn't fall into
Sora
darkness,
can
but
be
they did like
reckless,
go to sleep.
And Donald grumbles a lot.
It's true.
But you can trust him.
Yes, I can. Hi there, Thorin.
It's true.
Huh? He does?
I should have said hi sooner.
See, they don't seem bad. Am I right, Buzz?
Okay, fine. We do need the extra help. But just so we're clear, I remain skeptical about this. I'll work with you till we find our friends.
Okay.
Friend and me. It's Toy Story!
Thanks for the help, Sora, Donald.
Goofy made fun of
Goofy.
Sora. Yes, that is a valid. I will take the
field,
drink. Thank you. I'm only like one beer down in this game. Or I've gone 3 beers
This
in the last
ascent
stream
is
and
gonna
1
be
beer
rather
so
tricky.
far in this one.
Too bad we're not strapped to a rocket, huh?
Hey, think we could use that?
Oh.
Thank you for the clip, Furry. I appreciate it. I don't get a lot of clips
It's
of my
perfect.
channel, so
Come on,
each one of
guys.
them, you know, I really appreciate. Thank you so much. How is... Hang on a second. We can do this. Watch this nonsense. What is your editing skills like? Hey, it says Pixar on his butt. Okay, hang on a second. Let me zoom in on the butt so you can see what I'm talking about.
Video game.
See?
Well, maybe in your game, that's how things work. But here in reality, you can't split
Good work.
worlds. This is ridiculous. Woody, let's go.
I admit, it does sound just a little far-fetched.
Just a little bit.
Say we have been taken to some kind of alternate world. That would explain why your laser's real. And...
See? Disney Pixar. Oh, I'm in the way. Hold on a sec. Let me just... Bing. And
Look at
then
this.
resume.
Is it really that crazy?
Disney Pixar.
Worse than evil emperors?
You can
and-
barely see it now because of like the little fade at the bottom, but it was there. I'm glad you clipped it. All right. Compared to acting like a child versus getting turned into a donkey, sounds like a world split to me. Yeah. Okay, new items. What's the gourmet? Grants a slight boost to strength, magic, and magical AP. Oh, damn. You pick up 1 extra food. You earn an excellent rating more easily when cooking with... Sure. I'm probably gonna get, like, a little ability hit for doing that, but let's see how bad the ability hit is. Okay, I can't turn on aerial recovery. Alright, give me a sec. I need to turn off something. MP safety, that's fine. Turn off the 2 combo pluses, so I can put on those 2. Okay, that should give me enough where I can even turn one of them back on. Excellent. Donald has nothing. Goofy has nothing. Goofy has nothing new that I can provide. What's Woody got? Team effort. Always start battles with a team attack. Okay. The cuisine you cook with Little Chef grants you temporary stat boosts. By eating a full course, either a starter, soup, fish, meat, and dessert, you'll gain an extra ability as well, known as the full course bonus. Alright, I have no starters. I can use the cuirassé for some max HP and MP, some fish, which will give me defense, the bread to give me attack, and then finally to give me the thingy-majiggy. I don't have any starters.
Well, I'm kind of worried about our new friends.
Me too, Goofy. Alrighty. Wee. Is there anything around this place? Alright, let's check out this. So we got building bricks, which is a play on Lego. Army fighter for Action Man. I think Talking Parrot is just Talking Barrett. The Bear House is, I think, just for the, you know, the big blue house. Hot Wheels down there. Oh, I can push the signs off. Full House Zoo is just a puzzle. And we got more Lego Sharks, and then we have the Gigas over here. The fucking Giga Chads. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Never... If the children were affected by the island for smoking, drinking, and playing pool, what's to stop the adults from facing a similar fate if they went there? I think the idea is that there were no adults that were taken to the island. Like, only kids were taken. It's like Epstein's Island. No, like, you know, the same thing would most likely happen if you were taken there, but you weren't.
Say, this looks like a way in.
Dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yeah.
Wee.
3 rails.
Yeah, and each one leads somewhere different.
Alright. So, where does green lead us? Cool.
Nice!
Mickey Cut-Ups. A classic game on the gummy phone. Oh, cool. Well, I'm not playing that. Whee! Oh, I can just jump. Cool. That will just make this... No. Oh. There we go. Alright, so we probably want to go to number 2 then. First. Because we're at number 1, so we'll go into number 2. Water. Donald Meteor. Let's see how this works. It works really well. Pirate ship time.
Go! Yes!
Wait, can I move forward?
Yeah!
Not really. There we go. Let's board it.
I bet we'll find some ingredients around here.
Yes, I can see it right there, but of course you had to go and say it. Thank you for the caviar.
Yeah.
Whoa! Hey, what happened to my voice?
Yeah. Does nothing to Donald's voice, but it does something to us. Thank you for the tip. Although I will have to say, would be appreciative if you toned down on like little spoilers. All right, nothing new from that. We go into the action store. Dun 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 dun.
Wow! Whoa, looky there! Whoa! Wow!
A lot of cool toys.
Okay.
Dinosaur.
Rex!
Or... yeah, I guess it's not.
Where'd he go?
Well, it wasn't
sure
Rex,
you
I can
saw
tell you
him?
that much.
Yes! He just...
Do you guys hear something?
What's that?
Huh. Oh, hey, it's
Something
the,
feels wrong.
It's the mob boss. Nope, never mind, it's just the dinosaur thing, Diggy. And it's a
Another
Heartless
toy's
as well.
being controlled. Buzz, you sure?
If it wanted to play nice, then it should have stayed away from my friends.
Cool, Buzz is still with us. Oh, there's multiples of them. God damn it.
Try this.
Try this.
So long.
Come on.
Here we
Let's see
go.
if this works.
It's over.
Hang on.
Rocket, rockets.
Go time.
Hey, it's just like in Toy Story 1. Ha. Haha. It should be auto-finishing as well once this is done. Yeah.
There.
Yes! Speed Slash has been unlocked. Excellent work. What? Oh, it's another robot. Hey, it's Rex as well.
Ow!
And a Heartless.
What's this? Oh no! What did I do?
Just contemplating the horrors of war.
Nice moves, Rex.
That was
No biggie.
Great, really? Would you say I was impressive?
Very impressive, Rex. We couldn't look away.
Hooray! Oh, that makes me so
You
happy.
did something.
Did you see what I did? I was going for fearsome, but I
Listen,
think I
Rex,
might have actually
would
achieved
you
something close to
Earth to
terrifying.
Rex.
Do you know where the others were taken?
What do you mean? Did something bad happen?
Back to square one.
Oh,
'Cause
great.
You got
Huh?
a friend in me.
Sarge, have you got a status report?
Sir, One of my men just located Ham forward of our position, in babies and toddlers. The corporal was debriefing him, but something must have gone wrong. All radio contact has been lost.
Anything more specific we can go on?
Right before I lost contact, I heard music with some sort of sonic interference.
Music?
You think it could be the Heartless?
What if it's another big monster?
Let's find out.
Got a friend
I agree.
in me.
Actually, I think I'll head back and wait by the entrance. I'm sure those vents are going to be much too narrow for my big dinosaur tail.
Really? I'm
Yes.
sure you'd fit.
Rex is right. Besides, we need a lookout at the entrance. It's an important mission. Can you do it?
Yes, sir!
You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Yeah, you got a friend in me. Alrighty, let's see what's up on here. Oh, cool! Mecha Smasher. And then Dissidia, which I think is an actual Final Fantasy thing. You just need to get 4 more subs to get 5 in total. No. 5 in one go. Like, I see what you're doing there, Furry Cures, but 5. Also, save up your money. Don't be wasting it on me. I got plenty of rules as is right now. Can I hit these? No. Alright, so I think we're gonna go to the other store now. Pirate ship time. You feel Rex's hips would be a bigger issue? Yes. He doesn't realize these things. It's okay.
Go! Yes! 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 Go! Yes!
Go! If only I could, like, move the pirate ship forward and around, that would be great. Oh. Where'd he go? There he is. Oh, you can't go into the rest area, I see.
Heal!
There we go.
Here we go!
Alright, here we go. Just casually dropping an ass too big joke. It went right over my head, I'm gonna be real with you. Oh no, they're all knocked out. There we go. That levels them up. And the mech is just there.
Hope we find some ingredients around here.
No, I see them. I don't need you mentioning it to me. Thank you. Ooh, what's this? Boing. Oh my god, it's Flan. The fuck is this? Avoid the rolling berries and bump into the flans and stack them up. Oh, I have to avoid, like, the corners and things. Okay. There we go. Oh. No, leave me the fuck alone. Leave me the fuck alone! Oh my god. How big can I get it? Oh my god. This is a really tall wiener. Jesus. Can I get it? Yep, there we go. No, don't drop him. There we go. Oh, Jesus, come on. Come on. No! No! Okay, cool. I didn't drop the entire thing. I just... Can I get more?
Urinator's Act has added quote number 314.
Oh God,
this is
no.
a really tall wiener.
Damn
Jesus.
it! I knew I said something wrong. Alright, 100 and... So, 18,000, which gives me the attraction extender. Some strawberries. Awesome. Oh, wait, hang on. I can run the front of this thing. And jump over the fruits. There we go. A fire cufflink. Awesome. Thank you, Furry Cures, for the clip. I have a sneaking suspicion I know what it is you clipped me saying. Why did I say wiener? It popped. It was just a fucking slip of a tongue, okay? Oh, shit. No, 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 no! Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get into one of the mechas. Give me a minute. I got a new TikTok now, don't I? Yes, I do. Yep, jump into here. Here we go. Go. Level 12. This is a fun area, I'm gonna be real with you. And yes, sometimes I'm a naughty zebra. I imagine these guys want to get into the ship, don't they? Yep, they do. Good thing I got into it first. Yeah.
Good timing.
There we go.
They got me.
Oh, no, they're all unconscious. In we go. Points am I getting for defeating these things? I wonder. 57. Okay, so not a huge amount, but pretty decent at this level. There we go. Soothing shards, thank you very much. And that should be all of it. Can I get up to the top? Yes, I can. Awesome. I can practically do it via one level at a time. Alright, let me get rid of these guys. Good punch will do it? Excellent. Thank you. Awesome. Ooh, I wonder, what happens if I try and step onto the... No, well, I don't see it there. Alright. Oh, I see there's one more enemy. Got him. There we go. Space cats! Look! Look! Space cats! Fury cures, I'll say it again, and just like remaining polite and such, but please don't tell me what to do. I am having my fun. There we go. And then, there we go. We get a wellspring thingy. I see the food.
Be a good spot to find some ingredients.
Yep, I see the ingredients. I will take my sip. I remember everyone being so concerned about my my drinking while I played through this game with all the rules I have, but so far, so good. Yay, level 13. Oh, so it... Punch the fatty. We didn't think you'd be drinking baby out. Beer is alcohol. What the hell are you meaning, baby alcohol? Beer is alcohol. Baby alcohol would be like, I don't know, fucking wine, I imagine.
I bet you there's a lucky Himbo here.
Let's see.
There we go. In we go. Do I need to be drinking, like, harder liquor, like rum and coke, the next time I do these kinds of things? Is that what you're saying? Baby alcohol is champagne? Cool. Good to know that I'm drinking better than champagne. Punch. Punch. I think they grossly misunderstand how powerful they made melee combat. Go. Jump into you next. I'm playing on the normal difficulty right now. I didn't go for like critical or easy. Battle Swords. That was in the Toy Story straight to DVD special. Splash Run. What's this gonna do? Whee! Figure 80 time. Here we go! Double arrow time.
Like this.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Got him. Gotcha. You're through.
Big finisher now. Yeah.
Back off.
Oh, that's me dead. Continue. Here we go. Here we go now. All together. Here we go now. Gorge, Sora, we made a lot of new toy friends. Good thing we've got Jimmy's journal to remember all our times together. Yes, we do.
Gorge, I'm kind of worried about our new friends.
Alright, so we need to go back into action then. Oh, it said the information. Proceed through the vents above the beasts and bugs rack. Yep. Alright, let's see if we can get the fire ship. Yeah! Break through to the other side.
Yes. 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 Go. Yes. Go. Yes. 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 Go. Yes. Yes. Oh yeah, that's it.
Alright, let me just do this. Rolling, rolling, rolling.
Here we go.
Here we go now. Alright, open. Just a meteorite right there. You gotta go, you're now sleepy. Not to worry, Chaos. Thank you for coming into the stream all the same, though. Alright, so I need to head to, like, a battle thingy-diggy to get to the vents. Beasts and bugs. There we go. Okay, so we need the vent here. There we go. Oh, you know what? These beasts and bugs could be based off of the Zoids franchise. You could have like these giant like mecha toys or what have you. They're similar to Gundams.
Hang on.
Rocket Ruckus. Oh, this is gonna be terrible having a rocket in the vents. Haha. Haha. Oh, the screw does nothing. Screw you then. Oh, hang on. Oh, that doesn't open a vent. Chest. It's me and you, boy. In the years that come. My friendship will never die.
Try this!
Let's try that.
Gotcha!
We gotta slip through while the fan stopped.
Yep, sounds good to me. And then a new thingy-majiggy. Taxi troubles, cool, thank you very much. Buzz is repeatedly saying, haha, reminds me of in Family Guy when Stewie said it's so quiet you can hear the mice having sex in the wall. A raid! Oh, hi, Dice Wolf! Hi there, welcome to the stream, everyone! Name's Grant, I'm a variety Himbo streamer. I am currently going through Kingdom Hearts 3, yes, jiggling pecs. Just for anyone that wants the pecs to dance, a raid happening, or a gifted sub, the pecs will jiggle. How was Knights of Braveland? How did that go out? How did that do for you? Hey, no, Urine, no, not the shirt. Not the shirt! I need that. People can't see my massive pecs. Suggested Dice to raid me. Thank you, Furry. But yeah, hi Dice. How is Knights of Braveland? Yeah. And thank you for the extra himbo. Clearly, Urine just wanted me to be all big and muscly for you. All right, where's this lead me?
This is Babies and Toddlers. Where do you guys think we should start?
Under the dresses of Julia. Don't ask me why. That's just my first instinct of people hiding in places. Toy Soldier!
Sarge, didn't you mention music?
Affirmative, Goofy.
All right. Why don't we look for things that make noise?
Sure.
That's good thinking
Huh.
for you.
What do you
Yep,
mean
that's an
for
insult.
me?
That's a drink.
Hey,
Oh yeah, we have a drinking thingy-majiggy as well.
They
So if
really
any of
are
the
good guys.
Well,
if any of the
you
following
wouldn't have trusted
happen,
them otherwise.
damn it, thank you, Urine. If any of the
I know
following
that
things
your
happen,
trust is
then
a
I have to
hard-earned
take a
treasure.
drink. This beer is empty. Actually, hang on. There's a little bit in it, but it's empty, so I'm gonna go get a new one. I am so sorry for running away just as you raided into me. I'm really sorry for that. Thank you, Urine, for being a positive influence to my streams. This is why you have the VIP tag. Beer number 3. Here we go.
Well, for all our sakes, let's hope you're right, cowboy.
I will be. Don't you
I'm
worry.
willing to give him a chance at least for a little while longer. Especially if it means getting Andy and our friends back.
Yes.
Agreed.
We want the friends back.
I hope the toys are okay.
Oh, they're perfectly fine.
Hope we find some ingredients around here.
That's... I hate how I can find the ingredients and they do the thingy-majiggy. Hang on a sec. Blaster Blaze! God, I love this ride. Whee! Yes!
This town ain't big enough.
Ready Ready when you are.
Oh, damn it. I was trying to... There we go.
Hang on!
We're just about to hit the Rocket Ruckus. Dice sent me here. You offer... I see pecs. You offer me pecs. Thank you so much, Oxalis. That it... Are those pecs? It looks like a bulge for some reason from my distance. Aha. 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 Ow. Damn it, there's like giant pigs that are being annoying. Yes, I have some love for them. It's just a big ball of fluff in between them, but yes. Ah, okay. I don't have like a fluff in between my pecs. I'm a very light-skinned or very light-furred furry.
Water! Right there!
Layer Force. Oh, no, I need my help. And I'm no longer... So, Rage Form, here we go. There we go. Whee! Blasters! Also, yes, Thorin is here too. Is any of my moderators in the chat? I don't see them. Oh, there's the piggy. Go. Flare Force. Let's see how we do. How come I'm not wearing the Kingdom Hearts shirt with the wig? It's just because I'm wearing the wig, so I feel like that's enough of an indicator that we're playing Kingdom Hearts. It's all about branding. Oh, that was a lot of magic.
Heal!
Oh, I don't heal myself when I do that, I see. Chest! Fire Bangle. Cool. Okay, so I guess we have to turn on the musical toads? Hello? Oh, wait, no. Here
Is
we go.
this it?
Oh my god, it's Final Fantasy music!
You've never used a record player?
Huh?
Like this.
Whoa!
Hey, don't be sippin'. You like this branding. And I'm fairly sure this isn't Kingdom Hearts. This is Final Fantasy.
Wait, did that sound off to you?
Huh?
Hey!
We're
Sora!
missing some things.
There's some kind of strange noise coming from the orchestra.
He's there now.
Got it! Woody, you keep the record going.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh, I see it.
This is the
It's-
one!
There's like a... This guy. Hopefully this is the right one.
Something
It's just
seems
really
to be
low.
stuck in this tuba.
I'll get it out. Almost got it. There!
It's a toy soldier! Also, shoutouts to Thor and the bull.
Corporal! You all right, son?
Yes, sir.
That's the soldier Sarge lost contact with.
So,
Stuck in a
you found
tube.
Ham?
Yes, but while I was radioing in, a giant hand grabbed me.
Thank
and
you
it
for the
stuffed me in
follow,
there.
Ox. I really appreciate
They
it.
must
Do you
have
mind if I
taken
call
Ham
you
to
Ox
another
for short?
location. We have to hurry.
Wait, Corporal. You're not fit for action.
But Sarge,
Your tour is over, son. And it's all right. Our trusted allies will take over. I will move the Corporal to a safer location.
good luck, gentlemen.
Aku for short? I'm probably... Oh wait, I can...
Hey!
I can actually
What
like
is
right-click your name and add a...
going on?
I'm pretty sure I can add a nickname somehow.
Right.
There we
Woody,
go.
mission complete.
Why didn't you tell me a little sooner?
We were busy.
Sorry, there's no time to rest. Ham needs us.
We have important things to do. Stop sleeping on the job, Woody. Alrighty. Oh, there's something in that giant house there.
Wait, do you hear something?
Yep.
I think it's coming from over there.
Let's see. Can I open the door? Pull! Works.
Talk about cabin fever. Thanks for the save.
Hi,
You
Ham.
okay, Ham?
Yeah, aside from being locked in, the accommodations are fine.
It's just a tiny house.
What a tiny little house.
Whoa!
Who was...
What's wrong?
She's back. That's
Oh
the
shit,
doll
it's a
that
giant
fed me.
doll. Why does she have bunny ears? No, not the cactar blue! Not the cactar!
Breakfast was enough for me.
Possessed toy.
Guys, look alive!
Alright, we need
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. You killed me!
Here we go!
Here we go now. Where's the doll now? Alright, there's the doll. Oh, my thing didn't figure this out. Where? Also, why are my eyes closed? My eyes aren't actually closed. I think... Oh. Face motion 3D has stopped responding. Well, that's annoying. Come on, here we go. Load, please. How's it going, Blue? Yes, I have to fight I have to fight, like, this little doll. I refuse to call it what you just said. Because it's like, it's literally a child. It's not pretending to be a child or anything like that. It's just a child.
So long!
Oh my god, there's a lot of health on this doll. Use
That was
the...
close.
Oh, there we go. Alright, let's see if this works. Come on, we can do this. Flare force works.
Quote 69. Nice.
Nice. Oh, wow. How did you do that carry nonsense of just telekinesing me? I didn't see anything.
See ya. Back off.
Oh, missed it.
Back off. Yeah, take this. It's over.
Sonic's not really doing a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, barrage. Oh, that didn't do anything. Oh, Rocket Ross Hiss. Let's see how we do with this one. You're still at... What are you doing still at work? It is 8:30 p.m., Blue. That is beyond work time. You should be out of work by like 5 or 6. Yeah, I wasn't gonna let you like try and ruin my parade. Yes! I killed the doll. It's the afternoon. Ah, okay.
Wait. What if we end up just like her? Forgetting ourselves and attacking each other.
No way,
I
Buzz.
doubt
That
it. You're
won't
main
happen.
character material.
You guys are too strong.
You can't be sure. What if I get taken over, then attack you?
Buzz, you're overthinking it.
Yeah. The Heartless, the darkness, can only creep in when our hearts falter. Trust me, you'll be fine if you don't lose heart.
Well, that's good. Because I know you, Buzz. You'll never lose heart when it comes to your friends.
True enough, cowboy. Sorry to have worried you all.
No problem. Now, let's go find the others.
You. This. I think it takes place between Toy Story 2 and 3.
I think I know who that might lead us to.
It was released in 2019 though, so it could have
Come on,
easily
guys.
have been released between Toy Story. Oh no, it can't be between Toy Story 3 and 4 because he's still in Andy's home. He's still Andy's
Woody.
toy.
I just slow you down with all the loose change I'm carrying. I'll hang by the entrance.
No problem.
Sure thing, fatty.
Be safe, Ham. Yeah.
Hey, thanks, buddy. You just take care of your old self.
Will do.
Now, let's follow that UFO.
Right. Said every Ohio looking up in the sky. Alright, where the fuck is the UFO? That better not be the UFO we were chasing. Where it's just like a giant fucking... Ooh, save. We'll know if it takes place, you know, before or after Toy Story 2 if any of the toys rescued are, like, you know, either Jessie or Bullseye or Mrs. Potato Head. Oh, wait, no, Mrs. Potato Head came out at the end of Toy Story 1. Where's the fucking UFO? There's the... Did I just insult people from Ohio? Don't they look up into the sky wondering about UFOs? Besides, just like fucking nothing in Ohio. Okay, cool. So I am going the right way.
They have come for us.
A stranger from the outside.
Portal.
Wow.
Oh no!
Wait! Stop!
Farewell.
Oh my goodness, it would be a lot worse if they, you know, if they went over to like someone like Sid. Time to defeat the UFO.
Keep going, Sora!
I used the wrong thingy-majiggy. Splash run! Whee! I love the rides. Ohio is just there. Thank you, Blue. Thank you for your input. The knife in the heart. Are you still in Ohio? There we go. People give me shit for being from Queensland. Oh, where is it?
Like this.
Hold on. I think I see a pattern to how it moves.
Here we go. Magic launcher. See ya. Sweet. All right, let's see how good this move this is. All right, into the thingy-majiggy we go. Queensland is the Florida of Australia. It is a mix of the Florida and Texas, is my thoughts. Because, like, it's all about, like, cows and deer here. And it's, like, this weird mix of, like, in the cities, it's all, like, you know, liberal and shit. But the minute you go into the country, it's hugely Republican. Like, conservative nonsense. What part of America am I from? I'm trying to think where, like, would be the appropriate spot, because I've never, like, had an education or lived in the US. I've just gotten the accent because of my family. So, like, my mom was born in... Where is the thing? There's the thing. My mom was born in Boston and raised in California, and then my dad is Canadian. But the thing is that as far as, like, places I've gone in the U.S., it's been a majority of the time in Virginia. So I don't know if I would be seen as Virginian then.
We are back. Our ship is no more.
Cornfields and 83 people at radiation. Oh wait, no, this is my beer. I should be saving that for when I have to take drinks. I'm gonna drink some water.
We still have our new home. The Chamber of Andy.
They're right. This isn't where we belong.
My goodness, Buzz,
We've
you have a
been in
lot
this
of doubt in
store
you.
long enough. It's time for us to go home to Andy's room.
But Xehanort told us that room isn't even his real room.
Can you prove that any of that nonsense is true?
Oh.
Not
and
really.
Even if that Andy's room is fake, it doesn't mean he's not somewhere in this world with us. I'm going home to wait for him. No more debate. You with me, Woody?
You're right, Buzz. Now that we're all accounted for, we should meet up at the entrance and go home.
Okay.
No, Debbie Downer Buzz was more of a Toy Story 4
But organization
in my thought, like,
thirteen's
because he
our
doesn't really have like
problem to
his,
solve.
you know, inner monologue or something. So like that's when you had him like, you know, pushing the buttons on his chest to get
I'm not so
told what
sure
he
about
can best
that.
do. Toy Story 2, like between Toy Story 1 and Toy Story 2, he was actually quite sure of himself and like,
Guys,
you know, in a belief.
Can we see you off?
That would be great.
Thank you, Jim Hanks. All right. Friend with me, ba-da-da-da. You got a friend in me. Ba-da-da-da-da. When the road looks rough ahead and you're miles and miles from your nice warm bed. Wonder what you old pals said, cause you have a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Wee! Just fucking like falling. No,
Sarge,
do not tell me
roll
about
call.
cleverly hidden
Sir,
loot or
yes,
anything
sir.
like that.
Roll call.
Hey
Roll
Blue,
call
can
is
you like write a
falling.
message and pin like, you know, I appreciate assistance, but
Army
please
men
no
times
spoilers or, you know,
Ham,
help unless I
aliens,
ask.
1, 2, 3.
3.
Wait. Where's Rex?
He took off. Said he wanted to prove to you you could trust Sora. He's up there by the video games.
Well, here we go again.
Huh? This is about us? He's not safe. The Heartless are out there.
You're right. Sora, Donald, Goofy. Any chance you could help us one last time?
Absolutely, because I need to progress the plot of our Act 2.
Thanks, guys.
Ham said Rex was in the video game section.
Oh boy, let's go!
Thank you, and if you could please pin it as well, if you could. I'm sure my moderators have the means of being able to pin messages. Video games, I believe, let's see, action. I believe they're a level 2 thing. Let me get the easy mecha. Mobile is shit? Okay, then. Pin message. Manually unpin or at the end of stream. There we go. Alright, so that's where the Gigas are, which is not our thing. Okay, no, he's on the upper floors. There we go. This is the place we need to go. The logic of the giant gumball machine in the middle of the mall confuses me. This is a toy store as well. This isn't a mall. This is a toy store with, like, multiple stores within the toy store. Like, that's the thing that boggles my mind, the first thing.
Hooray! Look!
What are you looking for?
Look! Look! I found it! See, Sora?
Well, I never looked this good. The clothes kind of match.
Huh?
Yeah, that's not Sora, but sure. Because he's got, like, heterochromia and...
What do you know? They are video game figures.
Hey,
See?
Square Enix!
I told
even
you, Buzz.
even when Square Enix has to make up video
toys,
games, they're like,
just
we'll
like
just
the
slap
rest
our
of
own
us."
title on there.
Well, I suppose.
Donald, I thought your magic decided how I look. Explain.
Simple, that's not you.
Say, Riku would make a great action figure.
Must be him.
No, it's me. I've got the black clothes and,
So what?
All right, everyone. Now that we're back together, it's time to return to Andy's room.
Play plus,
Now?
that's pretty good.
But can't I at least check the strategy guides? I want to know how to beat Bahamut.
Blood fights in the background.
Next time. Right now, we need to go home.
Deep Dark Castle. That would probably be for Dark Cloud. That was back on the PlayStation 2, I want to say. Hooded Man!
You needn't rush off.
Xehanort!
I have more to observe. I can't let you leave yet.
It's us that you really want. Leave the others out
Just
of this.
give Rex the internet. He gets the internet in Toy Story 3, I want to say.
That champion of light. Very well. Let's skip to the final stage.
Oh no!
What's the matter?
Andy's fear has come true. Or sorry, not Andy's.
Come on,
Buzz's.
Buzz. Quit fooling around.
Look out!
Speed and danger.
Buzz has been taken over?
What did you do to him?
I thought I made it clear.
Space Cats.
I am testing the strength of their bonds. In this world, toys have hearts. And those hearts come from a powerful bond. So what happens when those bonds are stretched to their limit? When they are worlds apart, can cloth and plastic hold on to their hearts? All I needed was a wedge to widen the divide. Someone like you to fill them with distrust and doubt. And that chasm you created can be filled with a vast darkness.
Oh, darkness.
Witness it for yourself.
If there's ever like a time where I should have taken a drink or something, Blue, you're a moderator. Exclamation point, drinks, and a plus symbol should do it.
On my way!
Not this time.
Where am I?
Haven't you heard? In this world, you come from a video game. So now you can watch my experiment from inside that screen.
Oh, gaming!
That is, if you manage to find a moment's rest.
There's got to be a way
Should have
out.
made hearts or hearts a thing.
Woody?
Oh,
Hang on.
A sec. Time for me to do my shill. If you feel like there are any rules that you would like to add to this drinking game, or any other drinking games that happen off in the future, be sure to damn it, I'll figure it out later. I'll get my shill voice organized in another time. Ow. Ow.
Not done yet.
So wait, am I supposed to like stay alive in this or destroy some bombs? Yay.
There we go. Next.
Alright. Next. They're just gonna keep coming. Defeat the Prime.
Quote 20.
Cool.
No, I won't stop complaining, if there is a reason
There
to
we go.
complain. Oh shoot, I just got shot at.
There we are. couldn't remember the aiming button. Yay! Oh, here comes the super bad one. Who's like, you know, all chromed out in gold. Alright, where's the chrome dome? There he is. This is an easy one. Yes! Woo! Pixel Heart Binder, a good luck charm that lets you call a Wreck-It Ralph power using the link command. Neat! I'm gonna wreck it! Boom, boom, bum, 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 bum. Ba 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 bum ba bum 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 bum. Ba da 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 da.
You alright, Sora? Yeah, I'm just fine. And you? Oh, wait.
Oh wait, no, that's not Wreck-It Ralph music. What's the Wreck-It Ralph
He
music?
disappeared into a dark corridor.
Oh.
Better be
Sora,
Gruel than
how do we get him back?
I don't know. My power
whatever the fuck, Blue Demir. Better to be Blue than Demir. Sorry, better to be Gruel than Demir. Blue.
That's right, Sarge. Any ideas?
Well, it might be a long shot, but we've sighted a shadowy portal in the Kid Corral. We can infiltrate from a window inside babies and toddlers. I'll head there and get it open.
Sarge, you're a lifesaver. You guys in?
Yeah! Please promise
Does
to bring
Phyrexians
Buzz
have
home
like
with
special
batteries
divisions for
included?
dual colors? Because I know they have Praetors for like the 5 main colors, but I don't know about like the dual. Vrex run, beat of lead, examine the game console in the video game.
Come on,
yes.
fellas.
You got a friend in me. Alright, so we gotta get into the toddler store, which should be here. Yep. Cool. Click.
Sora, look! That
Hey,
must
a
be
door.
the window Sarge mentioned.
I don't want to play video. No, I don't. Urine, when have you seen me play video games on stream where I was like, ah, fuck this nonsense. I have to be number 1. I can't be like level 2 or number 3. I have to be number 1, the uno momento. And don't say Spider-Man Miles Morales. That doesn't count. That was like, you know, pre-proper GrantZeebs sort of era.
Can you use the Gigas to move them?
Gigas.
Yeah, maybe. I'll try.
Certain blocks can be moved by approaching with a Gigas and pressing triangle. Mag assemble? Ooh, I just had to press one button. Z doesn't like your Phyrexian influence since all of your decks have now got Phyrexian cards in there. Have you been updating your decks as you've been going along? I have not done any, like, new changes to any of my decks yet. I've not even done, like, an unboxing of anything new either.
How are we gonna reach that?
I need to get back into, like, trying
Well,
to...
there are some more blocks here.
What? Don't bully me, I'll cry. Well, don't cry. Besides, we can make things funny. Observe. Come! Bam! Whack! Fist. Punch. Jab. Boom. Bam. Exploders. Oh my goodness, you know what I realized I should do? I should do a stream when I'm playing Magic Online or something. Or, sorry, Magic Arena. That's what it should be.
Hello!
Hello! Hi there, Code! Bam. Punch this. Assemble? There we go. How's it going, Code? It's been a while. Just remember what your old pal says, cause you got a friend in me. Alright, I'm gonna eject out of this one, and I'm gonna go into the red one. Red's cooler than blue. You hit harder with red. Okay, walk through there.
Hey, there's some over there.
I swear to Christ, Goofy, if you're just like... Alright, so we got those things there. Is it because, like, are they in here? Let's see. Alright, cool. So there's another statue there. I don't think the blocks are in there. Excuse me, what? Grant Donovan ended the blue Yoshi? No. I said none of that nonsense. Alright, hang on. Wait, can I just... Oh. Okay, I didn't realize I could just go through there. Alright. Oh no! There's a fight! Oh, there's just all kinds of things here. Oh, no. Punch. Bam. Punch. Damn it, I have to, like, chase after all these things.
Round him up.
There we go. I was just saying, you know, red hits harder than blue. That's all. I'm surrounded by blue, though. I just realized that, considering there's both not only Code the Yoshi, who is a blue Yoshi, but then there's Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, a made Glaceon. saying I can't hit harder. Yes, exactly. Oh, do I have to get out of my mecha for this one? Most likely. Alright. Got him. You're gonna make an all-blue deck for Arena just to spite me? Good fucking luck as I play, like, either Gruul or Boros. My three colors are red, green, and white. Those are my go-to colors a lot of the time. Oh, I can't go up and through there? Okay. Reject. Alrighty, here we go. Open this. Gives me fucking nothing. And then, oh, too far. Got a friend in me. No, I haven't figured. Wait, is it just gonna be a giant fucking key? Is that the idea? I'll never die. Destiny. You got it from Okay, so I can get rid of dice this way. Okay. Oh no, more adversaries! Punch. Punch. Oh, you've missed out on some... Oh, also, code. One of the, so... If you're in, like, the moderator, panel, you should be able to create a quick action for the whole, what's-a-mahoozy, moment thingy-majiggy. So then that way, if a moment pops up, rather than, like, only clicking it, you can also make it a moment. So then that way, you know, people who are present get a badge, and it gets, like, a little clip to go along with it. I believe, like, the chat command is, like, /moment. You have provided Kingdom Hearts memes that don't spoil anything coming up. Awesome. I've already seen plenty of, like, Woody holding back Sora with the captions, "Let him cook." Alright, what does this make? Oh, it makes the cactar! It's a cactus? Yeah, a cactar.
Yep, and it's our way up to the dark corridor.
I thought I saw a Moogle, like, in one of the other stores, but it turned out to just be a teddy bear, and there was, like, a well-placed dot. Nope, wrong way. Oh, too far. I need to wait for this to load. Nah, no one's gonna release it for you. Nice try. Here we go. You don't Scott's the points. Ah, you've used too many points. Oh, Jesus. Oh, cool. I can just rest here for a bit. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, damn it. I thought I could... So... I better not have soft-locked myself by putting that thing there. Oh, no. Oh, wait. Actually, I do want to, like, go into my inventory real quick, so then that way I can do some things. Alright, so if I go select equipment, I can then add in a new thingy-madiggy. Grants a slight boost in magic and maximum AP, giving me both Firaza and a fire boost. Yeah, okay. Hang on a sec. I can... So if I do this and I click on abilities, deal 20% more damage with fire, generate Firaza situation commands without meeting the requirements. You can stack the ability to increase the odds. Awesome. And then I'll give Donald... Let's see, it gives him maximum AP, boost in strength, and a slight boost in maximum AP. I'm going to give you the overall boost in AP, and then I'm going to give Goofy the Buster Bangle instead. And a whole ton of potions. Our friendship will never die. Speed slash. You attack with 3 consecutive slashes. Cool. High jump. Excellent. And then I can increase the combo if I want, or extend the availability. Half the damage you take when your HP is below 25. I'm just gonna go for combo plus. Alright, meanwhile you, Donald, get to have all the MP nonsense. Unless, would Goofy benefit from it more? Let's see, Lucky Strike. Extends the availability period of team attack commands. Increases how often enemies drop items, stack the ability to increase its effect. Yep, I'm gonna go with that one. You can warp between save points. You can't block your exit. Excellent. Ooh, workshop! I totally forgot Moogles had a workshop! Don't forget to drop by the workshop where you can use synthesized materials you collect in your travels to create new items. When you visit the workshop, you'll automatically leave any synthesized items you've collected with the Moogles. Based on what you've collected, you may be presented with a reward. While you're at the workshop, you can spend synthesis to power up your key. Oh, that's a new feature. As creative as the Moogles are, sometimes they need a burst of inspiration to come up with new ideas. Travel the world and bring back photos of the subjects the Moogles tell you about, and you'll be rewarded with brand new synthesis. Yay, I now have Ether, and a Hungry Shard, Hungry Stone, and a Hungry Gem. Skill Ring Plus, small boost in strength, magic, and a large boost in max AP. Cool. Photo missions. I need oven mitts to handle that hothead. A flame core, a water core, a chef puff, a picture of the statue of Hercules, and the big beasts and bugs wall display. Oh, okay, I can do that in this area. Man, I should have gotten onto this thing earlier. Alright, so complete this to earn the rights to synthesize strength, magic, and defense boosts. Alright, how far do I need to go? Obtain every type of synthesis to get Orichalum. 58 different types of synthesis to get the Ultima and save the King and Queen. Alright, so I need 58 different materials. That is going to be a little bit tricky. Okay. So far, so good. Man, I can't believe fluoride is like a important thingamajiggy. Alright. So, we can do potions. I can give them a better thingy-majiggy there. Fire Bangle 1 and 2. Oh, they give... So they're the same bangle, but there's small changes to them. And then we have Dark Anklet. And then a Wind Fan. And then we got Ability Rings and a Skill Ring. I don't really want to spend anything just yet, so... Ooh, hang on. So I have Keyblades. So let's see. So if I have the Kingdom Key, I can power it up using Fluorite and the Wellspring Shard. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lucky Strike is better if you're item farming. Let's be real, I'm always going to be item farming.
It looked like this?
Yep.
Here goes.
Excuse me. Also, the exclamation point, drink plus. So that there, if there's any like drink thingy-majiggies that I need to do and I forget to hit the button.
Xehanort!
But
what do you want with my friend?
I'm usually like pretty quick on the buttons.
Such tremendous darkness.
Ah, he said it.
Because he was ripped away from the boy who cares about him most.
Does that mean we'll all be like Buzz? If we don't find Andy?
Wrong! Distance doesn't matter. Andy's part of their hearts, just like my friends are part of mine.
You said it.
You can't rip that apart. Huh.
What? Your friends
Forcibly
are your
hitting
power?
us with the sad music here.
How very true. But if the light of friendship is a form of power, the darkness of being alone is a power. Even
darkness!
Darkness is the heart's true nature.
Oh my god, I have to drink twice. Hang on.
Whatever you're talking about, I don't care. Put Buzz back the way he was, then
2.
get lost.
Or else what, toy?
Yeah, I am a toy. And a friend. My guess is no one's ever loved you before. Because you know nothing about hearts and love.
There are hearts all around us, trying to connect. Your loneliness only made Woody and Buzz's connection stronger. That's the heart's true nature, to never ever let go. Wherever they
I'm
are,
really glad I don't have to drink for hearts.
Andy and the other toys haven't let go either.
Yeah, you can't keep us from Andy. We're going home no matter what. And taking Buzz.
Xehanort, you're so caught up in finding the shadows, you forgot about the light that cast them.
Pretty good line there, I'm gonna be real with you.
No.
Woody!
And there he is with like,
now!
the clockwork.
Giddy up, partner. We gotta get this wagon train a-moving.
Why are you hitting us with sad music again?
Woody. Wait, how did I get here?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe somebody switched you into dark and stormy mode.
Dark.
But I don't have a...
I'll let that count.
Thank you, Woody.
Wait, what are the rules again?
Good to have you back, Buzz. Huh?
We can't hold him much longer.
Don't give up, guys!
Okay, darkness,
So
not
even
dark.
empty puppets can be given strong hearts. I'm
Look,
going to have
like,
to
I knew it was
remember
something
that.
dark related.
Remember this. Our hearts will always be connected to Andy's. No matter what you do.
And that's something you'll never understand. Because you're hollower than any toy.
But now I know a heart can be placed in the vessel of our choosing. For that, let me give you a parting gift to play with.
Are they just gonna force, like,
Find the
Xehanort's heart into Sora's still, even though he's, like, not with them and shit?
There!
Careful! Whoa!
Oh my god, it is a giant heartless.
Here goes!
Hey, it was pretty good. Just all of us gang banging on the top of its head.
Here we go.
Oh, I should probably get moving.
Ready when you are.
Yep.
Hang on.
Go time.
Rocket time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why I chose that Keyblade? It's one of 3 I have available to me. Whee!
Later.
Later.
This town ain't big enough.
So long.
Yeah. Is there anything I can step on? No, there isn't. Not really. Oh, there it is.
Heal.
There. Oh, no. Keep whacking.
Right there.
Oh, wrong antenna thing, Diggy. Double arrow guns. Here we go.
There. Gotcha. Go. Got him. You're through.
Oh boy, I'm gonna need to use my cure when I have the chance. There we go. Oh Jesus. That's a lot of tornado. Not because of gun. It's one of, like, I can equip 3 Keyblades at one time. So it's just like the 3rd one equipped it because it was the 3rd one I acquired. Ow.
Got him.
How am I supposed to get up there? Up, there we go. Alright, let's see if I can get there. Oh, yes I can! Get him, Goofy!
Yeah.
Or I can just, like, start swiping my way up there.
Yeah. There. Go.
There we go. Oh,
Here we go.
okay, I'm just gonna use the finisher on him. He's really close.
Thank you. Heal.
Yes! We did it! We are alive. We defeated the monsters. Oh, that was just the bubble wrap. Never mind. I thought that was someone in my house. I was worried for a minute there.
So Xehanort got away again.
To be fair, there's like 13 of them.
I'm sorry.
What?
I wanted to get you back to the real world.
It does seem that we're trapped here.
We'll never get home.
Yeah, stuck like pigs.
Our position appears fixed.
Oh no!
Oh no!
A shame we'll have
Thank
to
you for
stay
being
a
my
little
biggest
longer
fan, Furry Cures.
with our new best friends.
I still need to do like a
After all the
thingy-majiggy
adventures
for, like, the big
we've
fan.
had, we're not quite ready to say so long.
You guys.
I'm sorry that I was being so stubborn. Please forgive me.
Hey, you were just looking out for your friends. No biggie.
Yeah, somebody's got to be the sensible one. Especially since Woody's always getting in trouble.
Gosh, that sounds a little like Sora, don't it?
Just a little bit.
Like Buzz.
No. Goofy is like Buzz. Yes, I'm gonna take that as an insult.
Besides, if we do go back to the real world, we'll never see you again, right?
Oh. But what about Andy? You care about him so much. Oh.
And he's still right here with us.
If we follow our hearts, we'll find them again.
Yeah.
I don't have a smile thingy.
So, Sora, are you going after the guy in the black coat?
Something tells me we can't join you on that mission.
That's okay, because you've become part of our hearts. So let us become a part of yours.
Thank you for the head pat. That's Aku. Or Asu.
Now,
Is
off
it
you
Aku
go.
or Asu?
To infinity and beyond!
Oh wait, no. Aku would be a K, so Asu is with a C. I know how to figure these things. Toy box! Cue the title. It's with a K sound? Okay. Wait, I just looked at my notes and it's like I wrote Aru as as your nickname and a new Keyblade. All right, hang on a second. And that's an entire can done. Ow. A key with an emphasis on strength, and the form changes are Hyper Drill with a Drill Punch. Awesome. Is this the one with the Lucky Strikes in it as well? Because it might just be my primary. And we're back in high wind.
What about the power awakening?
I don't fucking know.
You had to remind me?
Well, gosh, we just want to help keep you motivated.
I was thinking about Roxas. He's trapped here in my heart. But he needs a body to be himself again.
Well, don't worry. Yenzo's working on a way to get him free. I'll bet you he's got the perfect body all lined up.
You've got the gummy phone, Sora. Why don't you try giving him a call?
I guess so. Yeah, why not?
Oh, hiya, Sora.
Your Majesty!
Your Majesty!
Hey, what?
Just
wrong number?
No, Rico and I are visiting Radiant Garden. Actually, we were just about to call you guys. But it looks like you beat us to the punch.
Sora, is something wrong?
I wanted to pick your brain. In order for us to recomplete Roxas, he needs a body, right?
Yeah, to put his heart in.
Which the nobody would normally hold.
Replicas. Well, replicas are basically human.
What?
Oh, yeah. You wouldn't remember. The previous Organization 13 developed replicas, realistic vessels to place hearts in. They're so real, in fact, that you'd actually mistake them for people. And with hearts,
Like
the
other
replicas will become people.
Cool. But if we get our hands on a replica, will Roxas look like himself when he's recompleted?
Yup. The replica takes the form of the heart inside it.
That's perfect.
I'll talk to Ienzo.
That
He
explains
was in
the
organization
replica,
back then, so he
Riku.
might know more.
Great. Thanks. Wait. Do you guys think they're after replicas too?
No,
Most likely.
they definitely said a black box.
Who's that?
The organization and Maleficent.
The black box could be holding a particular replicant.
Huh? It's okay. But there's something you guys should know about one of their members.
Go on.
So let the rest of us worry about Roxas and Naminé for now. You journey on and keep an eye out for Terra.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Stop that!
They don't change, do they?
Not one bit.
Nope,
Cookie for
that's their best
Sky!
quality.
Well, we gave Merlin the vestments for Kyrie and Axel. Let's go stop by Ansem the Wise's study.
Right.
Alrighty, hang on a sec. I just need to do something real quick. And there we go.
Pull the lever.
No, do not pull the lever code. Grrr. After I had to like pull away from the stream for a quick moment to like continue contributing to my new CPU. How dare you? How dare? Alrighty. Complete gummy missions to obtain valuable items. Reviewing different gummy missions, you collect rewards. New missions are added automatically as the game progresses. Check back after reaching new areas. You never know what you might find. Awesome. Information. Gummy missions. Alright. Embark on your first voyage. Find 3 waypoints to receive this commemoration. Discover 2 worlds. Discover 6 worlds. Defeat the Astro Warrior in Starlight Way. Defeat different things in Starlight Way. Take out 500 Heartless with your gummy ship. Unlock a treasure sphere. 3 treasure spheres. Not another lever! 5 treasure spheres. Receive all the blueprint fragments in the Starlight Way. Are they all in Starlight Way? Photograph a certain constellation and... Okay, didn't realize we can do... And then we've got different treasures. And then we got fragments. Gummy records. Okay, I can get a better rank than that. Can I... Let's see, is there... Teeny ship. Lol, I can build a new teeny ship. Alright, weapon. Oh, it costs 100. Okay, so the cost is Yes, I can. Awesome. Annihilation, let's go. Damn it, my multiplyer's gone. Yay, I got A. That should be okay.
Bone Mascot Dog thinks you should do 20
Hi there,
squats.
Bone. Did it. Alrighty, I gotta do my 20 squats. Alright, I didn't get the, like, untouched bonus, but I got A rank. Hey, code! You said you didn't have points for things. Okay, hang on. I can't get distracted. I need to do my... I need to do the... What's the Mahoozy thing? I need to do the squats. Alright, here we go. Stretch the legs. Stretching the legs. Alright, here we go. Here we go.
Quote 130. Did you get a bikini code?
No, he hasn't got a bikini yet. Here we go. 1. Hang on, the chair's still in the way. I felt it like brushing against my knee. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats, Bone. Alrighty. Yeah, because I can embark in all those different places, but I haven't yet done the waypoint for that one, so gotta shoot my way through. And whatever the hell these things are. At least I'm getting items. Alright, what's this thing? Oop, here we go. Annihilation, sounds good to me. Yes, almost there. And did it. A rank as well. Didn't get hit as far as I know. Yes, I got the untouchable bonus. Alrighty, now to keep on going with my little, like, run through the asteroid fields. Constellations. During your voyages, you'll discover constellations. Press the thingy-majiggy to bust out your gummy phone. Take a picture of any constellation. Not only will this unlock gummy missions, but you'll also be awarded a blueprint for the constellation you find.
Let's see.
What constellation? Ha. Wait, are they talking about, like... So we see major stars there. I don't know. I don't see it. Hey, I got my shirt back. Special automatically unlock when you approach him. You can use them as ports to embark. Cool. Ooh, there's a giant 5-star thingy-madoogie that apparently is able to throw meteors at me. Okay, I'm gonna take the wild guess that I'm not supposed to be dealing with that right about now. Doesn't want to get destroyed. Yay, level 21. So was I supposed to be able to see like a constellation? Like, all right, here we go, here we go, here we go. I've already opened like the treasure thingy-majiggy that's here as well, so no worries about that. Why won't that get there we go. Now it gets destroyed. Blueprint fragment. Just took a lot of effort. Alrighty, let's get moving. Boost. Extra Warrior, the Flower Guardian, and then there's some other kind of boss. Heartless Hunter, we took out 500 of them. We've taken on 730 of those. Obtain 3 different special weapons. Okay, that's going to take a little bit of time. Receive all the blueprint fragments to receive. Photograph a certain constellation. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there's 3 constellations I could be taking photographs of. Got the question mark and the supercar. And then we have all those different fragments. Alright, moving on. Yes, we would like to land in this Kingdom of Whatsamahoozee. Oh, it's Tara's Twitter. That's what it is.
Hey Grant, want to hear a joke?
Corona is the name. Oh, Corona. Whoops.
Why
got it
can't
wrong.
I go outside?
Let me know of the joke.
The outside world is a dangerous place. You must stay here where you're safe. Do you understand, Flower?
Oh, wait. I forgot to get myself a new beer. Hang on a second. I'll be back in a moment. Plus, I kind of also want to pee. So, quick 30-second advertisement while Code gets their joke ready. Here we go. Hang on. Thank you for the quack. All right, I'm back. Let's continue on. It's 3 degrees Celsius where Urne is. Oh, Jesus. I wish I had that kind of temperature. Right now, it's like, it's approaching the middle of the night, and it's only 23 degrees right now.
On my birthday.
23 degrees Celsius, which is...
They're meant for me.
I have no idea how to convert
not
that
just
into
from my
Fahrenheit
window,
very quickly.
in person. I have to know what they are.
Yes, I know this is Tangled. And there we go. Cue the title sequence. Corona. 23 degrees Celsius, which is 23C to F. 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's at nighttime.
It sure is a pretty day.
Yeah, the weather is great. It'd be perfect for a picnic.
It would.
Why do you think we came here?
Got me, Donald.
We'll figure it out as we go.
We'll figure it out as we go along.
Okay.
I'm sure we were brought to this world for some good reason, but can't we sweat it later?
Fine with me, as long as there's no harvest.
Is he terrorized by a horse? Or is he terrorized by Heartless? Hi, Finn. Sorry. Oh, it's heartless. Okay, I thought it was gonna be... Code has to tell me a joke first after the cutscene.
Make way! Make way!
Heartless!
Let's go.
You see? Soon as you mention them, they show up.
There goes our picnic.
I didn't do it.
It's okay. Let's send these guys packing.
Say, since you three seem to know what you're doing, mind if I leave this one to you?
Yep.
Nope.
We'll
You
take
can
care
help
of
us
them.
out.
Go on, skedaddle.
You have my thanks. Whew. The horse was enough. Don't need any monsters on my trail.
What's enough?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. Name's Flynn, Flynn Rider. Oh, watch out. They look mad.
Zeta Flare.
Slowly. Out of here.
Good for him.
Did you know Stephen King has a son named Joe? Everyone thought he was joking. Apparently he wasn't.
I like that. That's a good one.
Take this! Back off!
Alright. Blasters! Let's go! Almost hit a high score. Come on. Damn it. Pick up all this. Start hitting all U's. Got it. And I've got the spell Arrow.
Huh? Where'd Flynn go?
You don't mind the code when you have someone to cuddle. Yours is dirtier, but still a play on words. I am curious and frightened.
Huh? But that away is just a dead end.
Yeah, that's puzzling.
Well, did he?
I say we investigate.
Big words. Here we go. Hi there, Greenie! Oh my goodness, it's
Flynn?
Great. Thank you. Thank you for coming along. Hope you're going all right. How are things? Are you still a panda? Are you the person? Yes, I am thinking of the right panda. Wait, are you a panda or are you a bear? You are doing very panda. Excellent work. How is Hogwarts Legacy? I know different peeps have, like, you know, different thoughts on whether they want to do it or not. I'm of the, you know, the personal thought of, you know, I'm very much well for myself and such like that, so I don't want to take part in it because, you know, things involved with it. I will just have Mass Effect 3 flashbacks because of the ending.
I couldn't have come this way.
What is a pirate's favorite of the seven seas? The pussy.
Well, at least he got away safe.
Damn it, you can't say that,
right?
Renee. The game's pretty. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair enough. Like, this is...
Hey, now Sora's going...
Here are my thoughts about, like, the whole Hogwarts Legacy thingy-majiggy, is that, it's made by... It's made via, you know, fans of like, the Harry Potter franchise and the IP that's in it. And there is a lot of interesting stuff, because a lot of people can, like, point to the fact that, like, the story of basically this child who doesn't fit in the world that they are a part of and with their family that they have, learns that there's an entirely different world that they can be a part of and it's a place that other people, like, you know, sure, there's some, you know, little fan-filled adventure and thriller and, you know, promise of a future and destiny, what have you, but it's a place of intrigue and welcomed for the protagonist. So a lot of people can definitely, you know, would definitely like cling on to it and such, and that's perfectly fine. That's very much fair. A lot of kids went through Harry Potter, and then you're just sort of wondering like, oh man, that's great. I wonder what the author is like. And then you learn the author like has some views that are just not really 100% with most of the people that are fans of Harry Potter. Sorry. Yeah, so you have like this really like difficult argument, and the problem is that she's not dead like the guy that made the Necronomicon, or what's his name? Fucking the Cthulhu shit. That guy, he's dead. So it doesn't matter whether he's hyper racist or whatever the fuck like that, because his work isn't really going to be, you know, benefiting him in any way. It's entered into this weird kind of thing where it's owned by a corporation, and the corporation is one of those fun little ones that they're not really going to get into this kind of nonsense unless they were very, very bold about it. Couldn't really sugarcoat it. Author's views, just not very nice in general. Yeah, exactly. So, and with this game, you basically, you have this trouble where it's made by a lot of fans. A lot of fans want to have it, but the author is still very much alive, and we are seeing that the money that she makes from Harry Potter is very much fueling the, you know, the political interest of, you know, like many anti-trans and platforms and such like that, which is very counterintuitive to the fact that a lot of trans people would probably point to Harry Potter as like one of their favorite IPs and was something that, you know, gave them comfort and what have you. So you have this like tackling of like, you know, loving the franchise that like very much made what you are, but then there's also the side problem of you're an adult, you know who's getting this money and where they put their money. So, and unlike taxes, you can decide whether this money goes to them or not. So I'm very much, so I'm in the headspace of like, as much as I enjoyed Harry Potter and such, I'm very much, you know, in the camp of, look, I know what her platform is, and while my decision not to contribute to it isn't going to be like this grand stage that is actually going to ruin the franchise, I'm not going to play it. Even after, you know, however many years, unless, you know, maybe she keels over and dies or some shit like that. Like, I'm not going to play into it, and the fact, whether it's good or bad, shouldn't influence my choice of whether or not to play. If it's bad, cool, then,
Quote
you know,
83. Let me show you my cheese.
I'm not going to show you my cheese. They're getting her monthly, sadly, either way. Kind of a similar situation. Yeah, no. They've already made... Like, here's the thing. Is like, Hogwarts Legacy has already made its money, and it's made its huge marketing of being, like, the highest concurrent, which a lot of people say, you know, part of it is because of the Twitch drops, because that influences more people to watch it. But it's one of those things where you have to do what you can, and it's more of a sake of just sticking to your principles with this one. So that's where I stand with it, is like... Because I'd much rather... I don't want to be, like, seen as a hypocrite where it's like, oh, I refuse to play this game. And then, you know, once my fight is... Like, once I lose my fight or something like that, I'm like, oh, I guess I'll play it. It's like, no. I've chosen not to play it. I'm going to stick to it. It's not a case of, oh, I refuse to drink alcohol because I don't want to go on a binge the next evening. And then it's like, oh, the next evening's already passed. I guess I can go on a binge now. It's like... That's just my thing on it. What I don't like is that there's like a camp of people harassing people playing Hogwarts Legacy, which I can't get behind. Never falls too far. Yeah, exactly. No, Greenie, you... Perfect sense. Yes, exactly. So, I hope you are enjoying it, though. I hope... Actually, what house are you in? When I did the tests, like, a while back, I was either a Hufflepuff or a Gryffindor. I think I'm a Hufflepuff most recently, but that was, like, ages ago. Like, back in 2000s and something. Hey, you're a Hufflepuff, too! It's the frying pan.
How you doing?
Fucking hitting you with the Riz.
The name's Flynn Rider. How's your day going? Huh?
Is he gonna do the? He's gonna do the smolder at some point.
Who else knows my location, Flynn Rider?
All right, hang on, Blondie.
Rapunzel.
Gesundheit. Here's the deal.
Gesundheit.
I was in a situation gallivanting through the forest when I stumbled upon a... Oh no, no. No. Where is my satchel?
I've hidden it. Somewhere you'll never find it. So, what do you want with my hair?
Aw, they skipped the part where he knew exactly where it was, and she just whacks him and hides it in a different place again.
Why on earth would I want your hair? Look, I was being chased, I saw a tower, I climbed it, okay? End of story.
Lizard! Lizard. Lizard. Damn it, I really wish my hands would... Oh! Who's giving...
Okay,
Ow!
Flynn Rider.
Thank you for the sub, Greenie!
For the tier 1 subscription, Greenie
Look this
Piker.
way.
Thank you so much!
Do you know what these are?
Lanterns.
You mean the lantern thing they do for the princess?
Thank you for the sub. You get to have, you know, all the emotes, and you don't have to deal with advertisements. Like this one. Nah, I'm not gonna run an advertisement. It is really tempting some days when people do the subscribe to be like, congrats, because I normally tell them you can use fun little emotes and give them a demonstration of emotes, but I very much, maybe I'll do it with like a multiplayer game or something like that, when it's like, you know, maybe I'm losing or something, and I'll be like, you get to have fun little emotes and you don't have to worry about advertisement like this one and hit the 30-second ad.
Tomorrow evening, they will light the night sky with these lanterns. You will act as my guide, take me to these lanterns, and return me home safely. Then, and only then, will I return your satchel to you. That is
So
my
genius.
deal.
Thank you, Greenie.
Yeah, no can do. Unfortunately, the kingdom and I aren't exactly simpatico at the moment, so I won't be taking you anywhere.
This isn't Zach. This is someone else. Who is this?
Something brought you here, Flynn Rider. Call it what you will, fate, destiny.
A horse.
So I have made the decision to
A
trust
terrible
you.
one at that.
A horrible decision, really.
Damn it! I almost got it.
am serious.
Oh! Let me get this straight. I take you to see the lanterns, bring you back home, then you give me back my satchel?
I promise. And when I promise something...
Oh, it is Zachary
never,
Levi.
ever
I don't know why. It sounded
break
slightly
that
different.
promise.
I thought it was like it was the same sort of thing, like Tom Hanks kind of thing, where he just got his brother to do the voices.
Do I cannot let her find that tiara. Okay, just think. I need the satchel, and Blondie has it.
Hit him with the smolder. Do it. Come on. Hit him with the smolder.
The three guys in the funny outfits. They look tough enough to come in handy. All right, fine. I'll take you.
Damn it.
But on one condition. My three sidekicks come along.
He recorded it 10 years. I guess it's because like some of the voice lines are like, you know, there's a lot more work in like some of like the role when it was the movie, and plus he normally like interjects and like he has this sort of like I don't give a fuckness tone.
That. A tower. Let's check it out.
Green. Ooh, wait, can I talk to you? Yeah, I can.
I won't forget this place anytime soon.
Awesome. All right. Shops. Workshop. Synthesis materials collected. Awesome. Photo mission. Oh, that's right. I forgot to take photos of things. They want a picture of Rapunzel's tower, a statue of Hercules, Chef Puff, a water, and a flame core. Okay, here we go.
Let's see.
All right. Can I? Yep.
Wonder who
Selfie.
put a tower here.
Nope. God damn it. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on.
Cheese.
There we go. Yeah. All right. What is that? That hopefully looks good. All right, quickly save this. We're gonna keep on going. Ding. Alrighty. I swear, if it, they better not be mentioning any fucking ingredients or something. Oh, is there anything down here? Oh, hello. Eel. There we go. Oh, damn, that was a lot of fire. That's cool. Yes! And we go in reverse. Whee! Yeah. Bam, Boozles. Okay, so I need to somehow find a flame core and be able to take its photo without being in combat? Oh no, I can be in combat when dealing with him, I think. There we go. Here's the stone.
Cheese! I know what to do, Sora! Yeah!
There we go. Just in cases. Dunk. Oh, Chief Puff. Okay, I read it. I'm Himbo, okay? Sometimes I'll read words incorrectly, okay? Okay, here we go.
Huh?
Parkour.
Oh!
She has no shoes, Jesus.
It's so soft. I'm free. I'm really free.
Oh. Flynn! Good to see you in one piece.
Huh? Guys! You're here and just in time.
Hmm? Oh, who's she?
That
You're
would be
ruining your
Rapunzel.
dress.
Something tells me this could be her first time outdoors. Give her a few minutes to get used to it.
First time ever?
Most likely.
I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I did this. I can't believe I did this!
Yay.
Mother would be so furious if she knew I disobeyed her and left the tower. But that's okay, I mean, what she doesn't know
they're doing the
won't
thing
kill her,
where it's like in the different
right?
scenes.
Oh my gosh, this would kill her. This is so fun! I am a horrible daughter. I'm going back. I am never going back! I am a despicable human being. Best day ever!
I'm
I notice
sensing
you
some
seem a
mixed
little at war
emotions.
with yourself here.
A little more than a little.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
Stop right there! Who are you?
Oh,
Seriously, you haven't
I
noticed
told
us
you
the
before,
entire
my
time you were
sidekicks.
having your little...
sidekicks?
May I introduce,
My name's Sora.
Did I like this movie? It had some nice aspects to it and what have you. Like I
Donald
look, I
and
remember a lot of
Goofy.
Disney, okay? Like,
It's
I
nice
was born in '93, okay? And if I like cartoons, I'm probably seen a lot of the Disney films. I'm not a huge fan of the live-action remakes they just had to recently do, and I only pray that if they're going to do a Hercules film, that they're at least gonna give it back to Danny DeVito to play as Phil. It would be funny, and that would be the redeeming quality if we ever got a live-action Hercules film, is you got Danny DeVito to play Philip Tease again.
You too. I'm Rapunzel.
Yep, my sidekicks. Hey.
We're not sidekicks.
Since when is that?
Look, she really wants to see the lantern show tomorrow night. Now, I'm a nice guy, so I've decided to help her. Only problem is those monsters might show up again. I can get her to the kingdom, but you guys are clearly more cut out for combat.
That's because we're heroes!
Yay. We're
And
heroes.
we're heartless experts.
Yeah!
Pose.
Just leave it
Oh,
to us.
That was a forced smile earlier. That's a drink.
Rapunzel is interested.
Not like a
Yeah,
princess
her
movie?
heart's pulling her all kinds of ways.
Like, I can't, you know, it's like a recent thing that I'm okay with princess movies. Like, I'm not a huge fan of like the musical aspects and
I
such,
know
so
how she
sometimes I
feels.
might skip it.
Lucky for
like,
me,
or I
you
might
two
just
came
accelerate
along
it.
just
But
the
I
right
feel like a
time.
little bit of
And
that
the
is also
rest has been
coming
unforgettable.
come in because of recently. I don't know if you guys go on TikToks often enough, but they'll give you like
Unforgettable.
episodes or
Just like your
movie
face.
scenes in there, and you can basically watch the entirety of a movie, but the TikTok normally like cuts stuff out, so it like gets through the story quicker. I feel like TikTok has ruined me in watching films like through their entirety and not just going skip like 30 seconds ahead when it's like
All for
something
one
irrelevant to
and
the
one
plot.
for all.
Hey, the Three Musketeers. Alrighty, here we go.
Look, the flowers are growing on top of the water.
Oh, you mean lilies? Chest. Awesome. Is she just gonna check out the... Okay. Flynn just couldn't give a shit. Alrighty. Whee! Jump.
What will Mother think?
Don't think too hard, okay? Be your own girl. Whee. How does she not just get... Hey, look at
The
that!
outside world is even better than I dreamed.
Oh, I thought we could, you know, get... It'll get... Ooh, what's that? I'm guessing that's like the puff thingy.
Look! What is that? It's so fluffy! Huh.
Sheep? Is that butts? Nope, it's a... I don't know what you call those things. Dandelion! No, that's not right.
Rapunzel, take cover!
Huh?
Flynn is just...
I hate to say it, but I'm letting you out of this deal.
What?
It's way too scary out here. Let's just turn around and take you home.
No! I am seeing those lanterns.
Come on. Whip out your frying pan. We're gonna have a fight.
Rapunzel?
It's okay. I'm not afraid to face them.
You don't have a frying pan.
Be careful. Look, they made a tower.
There we go. There we go. Blaster time.
see. Let's see.
Yay, there we go. That did it. Flare blast. I played like one of the Flan games, but you know, that's probably not going to be a repeatable thing. Ding, ding, bam.
Back off! It's over!
All together!
Tangle twisted!
Here goes.
Take this!
I wonder if there's anything higher than R's Arcanum.
It's over!
Oh, I missed out on that. Nah, looks like R's Arcanum is the last.
It's over!
Yay! Flare! How many times I'm gonna hit this thing?
Fire! Fire! Here we go!
Second form, here we go.
See ya!
Did it! I know where the Toy Story one is. No, Bone, you don't need to watch the clip.
Rapunzel!
Oh, it's the tiara. I thought they took it with her. That's not Flynn's nose.
Who's there?
Marluxia!
She's such a precious gift. Allow me to assist.
Am I winning? I think I am, Cyclogamelic. How do I say your name? Ugh, excuse me. Amazing that I haven't like run into any ingredients in this wide open area. Ooh, a lady! A heartless lady.
Nothing's going to stop.
Over here.
Hold on!
Here goes.
Blaster blades. Marluxia. Okay, I'll need to remember that. Oh no, you're talking about the Heartless. No, I'm talking about the
Bod 314. This is a really tall wiener. Jesus.
Oh boy, that's gonna bite me in the ass, isn't it? That particular clip.
Masker Dog has added quote number 315. Ooh, it's a lady heartless.
Oh wait, hang on. Like this. There we go. Rolling.
Bone Masked Dog thinks you should do 20 squats.
Oh, there's a...
Dandelions!
And she goes for the dandelions.
Look! Oh! Watch!
I know how dandelions work.
Oh yeah, I thought that might work. But I... Over here!
Oh, do I have to try and splash her? Hang on.
Yeah. My turn. Yeah.
Oh,
there we go.
Okay, you're in for it.
Just no chill whatsoever. Just whips out the Keyblade. There we go.
I can't believe how wonderful this is.
Cool. Alrighty. Well, we did all we can here. Moving on. Oh, hang on. Splash run time! not a huge fan of the splash like finisher as well.
Rabbits!
What? Oh, rabbits.
Heartless!
Oh no! You're not picking on these rabbits. Nothing's going to stop me from seeing the lanterns.
Yes! Yes! Yeah, there!
Here we go. Guns. Just when I pull out the big guns.
Don't worry, it's safe now.
Yeah, I know what the circle is for. It's like to do the splashy
Maybe
thing.
they want to show us something. Let's follow them.
I guess we're following rabbits
Dog
now.
paid me to say what's this button do.
Where do you think the rabbits went?
I don't know.
I think they want us to have this.
Cool chest.
Thank you.
Please tell me there's something worthwhile in it. Done. I always like. Alright, shield belt, gourmet. What is bronze? Grants a slight boost in strength, magic, and maximum. Oh, okay. Yep, no, that's a lot cooler. And it gives me the HP converter. Converts all HP prizes to large HP. Awesome. Fully restores to 1. Yep, let's go with that. And then focuser, and then that. Donald, you're not getting anything. Goofy. Wait, cure converter. Fill situation as you spend MP on cure. Stack the ability to increase the effect. Oh, okay. I'm gonna give that to Donald then. So, because you don't need that, you could do with this. In order to change, you must first remove... Ah, god damn it. Falling slash. Slash downwards. Yep, cool. Fire boost and some attraction thingies. Yep, let's go with that one. Goofy, meanwhile, nothing we can do with you. Rapunzel, you're fine. Flynn, you're fine. Oh, equipment. I need to change out. So, shooting star. Your first keyblade. Defender, treasure magnet, magic, treasure. What is... Automatically drawn and collect prizes from enemies defeated with magic, no matter how far away they are. Ah, cool. Alright, well, I'm going to swap from Defender to my favorite deputy. Hi there, Chaos Trap. Whoop. No! Disney, Square, and spiky hair. These were the ingredients chosen to create the perfect game, but Nomura accidentally added an extra ingredient. Convoluted plot. Thus, the Kingdom Hearts was born. With the power of the Keyblade, Sora, Donald, and Goofy have dedicated their lives to fight the Heartless and forces of darkness. Nice work with that wordplay. That worked out really well. Good job, Chaos. First message in, and you're hitting us quite strongly with some good old Powerpuff Girls intro. God damn, that was good. Alrighty, sliding down the hill. Whee! Hyper Hammer. Hell yeah. That was cool. I love it. Oh my god, I still have the hammer on too. Okay. Let's get into another combat. Here we go. Magic Carousel. Press A just as the spreading ring of light overlaps the outer ring to launch enemies into the air and deal a ton of damage. With the proper timing to increase the carousel and add a chain. Okay? Let's give this a try. Okay, I'm glad it's not going faster.
Faster! Come on!
Whee! That was fun. I like that.
Try this!
Ooh, that was cool. Alrighty, we gotta run to our next combat. Let's go! Clipped rhythm game. Awesome. And we beat up all the monkeys. Whee! Oh, is this the finisher?
Bowmasky Dog has
that's the
added
finisher.
quote number 316. Wee, that was fun.
Thank you, Bone. Rolling, rolling.
Quote 113.
Okay, that's suspicious.
No, just let me pick up my
Rapunzel.
balls.
Don't worry. I know to be careful around flowers now.
What is that?
Whatever it is, it's not normal. I'll take a look.
Watch it.
No.
Looks alright.
Huh. We're all clear.
Is it a heartless or is it a nobody? That's a nobody.
These guys, they're nobodies.
Got it.
Mother said the outside world would be full of ruffians and thugs.
Those are ruffians. Those are, I don't know.
Rapunzel, Flynn, stay back.
No, I want to help you fight.
Sure.
I know, but I'm afraid you can't hurt these guys with a frying pan. Trust me on this. Flynn, could you explain?
No problem. Knowing when to flee is one of my specialties.
Yeah.
Come on, Rapunzel. Gotta go.
But...
Look, I want to stay and slug it out too, but my sidekicks have it covered.
We got it.
Please be careful, Sora.
Quote 107. I just want my duck sucked. Is that too much to ask?
Of course there had to
Yes.
be nobodies.
Gorge, we've never seen this kind before.
These look like ones that would have belonged to Marluxia, for all I know.
There!
Hyper Hammer!
Back off!
Oh, that's cool. It does like a different thingy-majiggy with his...
My shield ready!
Alright, Goofy, do your thing.
Go get
Betwixt! Got it. And we got ourselves the counter-attacky looking thingy-madiggies. Press A after a successful block to perform a variety of counterattacks known as reprisals. Cool. Thank you for the blinding light as well.
You know who uses nobodies?
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen him.
They're
I know
busy
you're
doing
there.
their own thing.
Come out, you has-beens.
Hi.
Has-beens. Now why would you say that?
Because bossing around nobodies? That's the old organization. Why? Are you in the real one too? Good for you.
My name is Marluxia, and yes, that is correct. How interesting it is to see you again, Sora.
Again? You know him?
A shame you've no memory of me, because I remember you exceedingly well.
Oh, is this
Although,
like the Marluxia from like Chain of Memories?
Erase.
I don't know what you're saying.
Nor should you.
My fucking god.
Nor will you ever, for that matter. Now, if you'll permit me, I've come to ask a favor.
Favor? You have got to be kidding me.
Please hear what I have to say. I'm sure you've noticed. Well, perhaps not. But you should know that maiden with you, Rapunzel, is the very light of this world.
Oh, like
I
a
would
princess
see
of the
you
heart?
guard her from its dark horrors.
Huh? Starting with you, right?
All the organization seeks is balance. You must
I don't believe
understand, our ultimate objective is not to clash with the light. We seek to complement it. Use that Keyblade to keep Rapunzel safe.
Rapunzel's light. Oh. Hey, where did they go?
I guess they must have run on ahead.
Then we'd better go find them. I really don't like what that guy said.
Yeah, we'd better find Rapunzel before he does.
Ooh, detour. Jump.
Yeah.
Monkeys!
It's over.
Monkey gone. Get rid of the monkey.
There.
Hammer blast.
I know what to do. I'm ready. Okay.
All right, hang on. Yeah.
Come on.
And blaster blast. You're just activating all the finishers. Yay. That should be everyone. Oh, no, it isn't. Cool. All right. More things to break. And they ran on ahead. Ow! Arrows. Big hammer! Yeah! And I smash it with a hammer! Nothing here. Moving on.
I'm sure they went this way.
Positive. Don't doubt me.
I wonder where they went.
Someplace else.
Don't worry. They couldn't have gotten too far.
You just had to stop and talk.
Hey, blame the has-been, not me.
I think you mean Marluxia. I bet that's the name the has-been would prefer.
Absolutely.
Hello? Rapunzel! Flynn!
Excuse me, good travelers. Do you know Rapunzel?
Yes.
Yeah, sort of.
Why?
My apologies. I'm Rapunzel's mother. The poor child left home without a word, and I've just been worried sick.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Me, where is my dear, sweet girl?
We'd tell you, but we lost her.
By accident.
We could look together.
Lost her? You're of no use to me.
And right then and there, you should catch on that the mother is not a good source.
She ran away from home.
What if Marluxia was onto something back there?
You trust organization talking?
Nope.
What? No, of course not. But what if?
I agree.
What?
Why is Rapunzel in danger? And what darkness is after her?
Well, guys, the first step is to find her.
I hope Rapunzel's okay.
I bet she is. She's tough.
Save. Ding dong. Oh, darkness. Yeah, I forgot to drink to that one. Thank you, Furry Cures. And we don't have a map yet.
Sure hope the woods here aren't haunted.
It's more of those things. Rhythm. Here we go. My god, these guys have quite a bit of health. I have to like swap from one to the other whenever they do this kind of nonsense.
I think I see something.
Do you now?
Try this!
Hyper Hammer, here we go. go. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay! We got something.
It's over.
Thought we could go into it, but I guess not.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Skip the sequence. I've seen enough of it, and it's a bit
faster.
There we go. Got him. And that's all of them. Ish.
I think I see something.
Mushroom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, a sign. Pointing towards a castle.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
Blaster blaze. Here we go.
Here we go.
Hyper hammer. Whack him.
Yeah. 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 See ya.
Bang.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Hup.
Yeah.
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 Hup. Yeah. Chest.
You don't suppose we might be lost, do you?
Oh, don't think that, Goofy. I know exactly where we need to go.
Out of here. Yeah. Yeah.
We're going the right way. I assure you. Oh, bats.
Yeah.
Gotta do it for the extra XP. Okay, we're a little ways from the extra XP, but, you know, it's still worthwhile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. 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 And up the wall we go.
They can climb walls? Yeah. Hop on.
Lol, it's just a carousel floating in the fucking middle.
Faster.
I'm guessing there's no more of them. Or I didn't even get to a good one. There we go. And again. Oh, but I did get something from here.
Yeah, it's way more cheerful out here.
Uh-huh. Now where's Rapunzel?
Bang. Yep, should be continuing on this way. Next cutscene.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Easy, boy, easy. Settle down. Whoa, whoa.
That voice!
It's Rapunzel!
It's the horse. Maximus. The lizard's just like, calm yourself.
You are such a good boy. Yes, you are. Are you all tired from chasing this bad man all over the place?
Excuse me?
Nobody appreciates you, do they? Do they?
Oh, come on! He's a bad horse!
Oh,
He's a great horse.
He's nothing but a big sweetheart.
See?
Isn't that right? Maximus?
What a great horse.
You've got to be
One of the
kidding
best.
Look, today is kind of the biggest day of my life. And the thing is, I need you not to get him arrested. Just for 24 hours, and then you can chase each other to your heart's content. Okay?
Sound good.
And it's also my birthday, just so you know. Huh?
Rapunzel!
You're here, and you're okay.
Great shot.
Yeah, you too.
And the app is broke again.
And look, I meet a friend. Meet Maximus. You could say Flynn introduced us, and where one goes, the other follows. This is Sora, Goofy, and Donald. They've been helping me.
Come on. The kingdom's not far.
That's okay. Most other furries treat horses like dogs, considering, like, look at my mouth. They have it go, like, quite a distance for a horse jaw. Alright, I'm gonna save it here. Did I get a level up? No, I did not. Alright, what does the bistro got? Never thought I'd find my way to these shores again. It's almost like someone wanted me to be there. Yes! We have a new entree! Cracking the egg. You gotta tilt left and right outwards to carefully apply pressure. If you're reckless, you'll crush the egg. Once it's been press the left and right simultaneously to drop it in the bowl. You have a limited time to cook. Watch the hourglass. Is imagination. When the swirls appear, that's your cue for moving and pressing as delicately as you can. Here we go. You.
Nice!
Excellent! And somehow we had two yolks in a single egg. That is not possible. Mushroom tarane. I have no clue why there's a mushroom. Why there'd be mushrooms in an egg. Anyway, what's this? A soup! Oh, it's another egg thingy material. Cool.
Yes! How's that?
Pumpkin veloux. Cool. Let's try this dessert.
Yeah.
There we go. Double yolk again because of the excellent.
All right! We did it!
Chocolate mousse. Hell yeah. And that's everything. Ooh, the special menu. New ingredients, new ingredients, new ingredients, new ingredients. Okay. Leave the bistro? Yes, we've made all that we can. A true scholar finds clues to the future in the mistakes of the past. Sure. Bim, 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 bim.
I sure am looking forward to seeing those lanterns by the castle.
Oh, no, that's just a...
Whoa, this place is beautiful.
It's so pretty.
How about we stop for a second and enjoy the scenery?
Yeah, I'm all good. Oh, we can't go through there? Okay. Can I go up here? No. Can I go here? I hope they're not expecting me to just stop and wait in this area. Chest! Wrong button. This button. I think the big furry mouth makes it easier to emote. Well, I haven't done too much improvements to the emoting, like, ever since I got this model, but I definitely need to, like, go to, like, Miss Mixie or, you know, someone with familiarity and see if they can do maybe the AR kit, blend shapes on the face.
But we need to scale these cliffs.
Well, then let's look for a way up.
Am I supposed to be able to break this somehow? Can't scale that wall, so I guess I'm scaling the wall that was shown right over there, but just in case. Gotta double check everything around here. How big do you think a human egg is? It's like really tiny, isn't it? Like an actual
Sora,
egg
this looks like
is
a good
like
place to cross.
it's not that big.
Come on, let's swing across and look for a path. Come on. Whoa!
Oh, heartless. Yeah. There we go. Breaking all the things.
Here we go.
Bam. Here we go. Hammer time.
So long. Sora. It's over.
I don't think it was expecting me to do those kinds of effects while right next to the wall.
Yeah. So long.
Jump. Oh wait, there's another entrance there. Oh, that's everyone? Okay, cool. That's everyone. Here we go. Jump.
This way, Sora.
And we're gonna swing over this thing. 0.1 millimeter. Yep, I thought it was really small. I was thinking smaller than that, though, to be frank with you. Oh, you do have a point. It is very shadow-like, rather than being, like, you know, a flat thingy-majiggy. Hi, Batham. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. I'm playing a little bit longer than normally, because, you know, it's Friday night. I'm drinking a few beers as I go through this game of Kingdom Hearts 3.
Like this.
Like this.
My shield.
There we go. Finisher. Alright, let's get the thingy-majiggies. Yeah, that's not an ideal place to shoot. Also, these guys are really resilient.
I'll together.
And that's the sand out of the way. Up here, grab this.
Hold on.
Here goes.
Spinning around time. Whee! How's it going on your side of things, Batham, if you mind me asking?
Here we go. It's over.
Let me pick up those things. Thank you for the shards. What's in here? Anything cool in here? It would be nice to get a map.
I wonder where this leads.
Alright, up the wall we go.
Sora, over here.
Oh, it's a giant dam. Swing. Yay. A tower. I'm guessing that's a different kind of heart. Yeah, it's a monkey on a heartless. Yay, level 17 now. Alright, let's go with the splash run. I need Jumping!
Here we go.
We're ready to go.
Throw a punch.
It's over.
Gotcha. Alright, so that's the different pieces of the tower. They're horses!
Whoa, what? It transformed. It's over.
Hold on.
Here goes.
I'm just hitting all the buttons right now. Yay! And that should have it gone at this point. And splash. Oh, there's multiple thingy-majiggies. Okay.
Fire! Fire! Try this!
Alright, back to hammer time. I can't wait for the new issue of JoJo's to come out. They're releasing a new, like... Akira's releasing a new issue of JoJo's called JoJo Lands.
It's over!
So that's going to be a fun one. So apparently it should be coming out either tonight or tomorrow. This one's camera angles make me more Goofy bombardment. A lot of camera movement. Did it! And I got myself super jump. You never finished 1 and 2, but you did finish Kingdom Hearts 3? What? You just skipped all the Kingdom Hearts and just went straight to the third one? You're allowed to do that? Damn, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so I'm here. Oh, there's a wall there I can go to, because I don't think I was here before. Run up this wall. Yep, I'm going the right way now.
Hey, Sora, this looks like a good place for one of your swan dives.
I don't know if I'd want to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to, like, you know, backtrack all the way to get back there.
Yeah.
Alright, where's this leading? Ooh. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by, like, side paths.
Oh, look! I see some birds! This way!
Birds!
Wait! Come back! I must have startled them. The birds flew that way, Sora.
Yeah.
Oops. You scared them.
I wonder what she wants.
Oh, there they are.
I'll be more careful this time.
Are they... There we go.
I think Rapunzel's found something.
Slowly, slowly.
Please don't fly away.
Easy.
Gentle, Sora.
Also, you don't need to @ me at the end of your messages, by the by, Bethan.
Nice and...
There we go.
I've never seen a bird like you.
You already saw the cutscenes on YouTube a long time ago when you were a kid. Okay. Okay.
Listen, they're singing.
Well, I went through like the 8 Kingdom Hearts games that I apparently had to play before I could play Kingdom Hearts 3. All right, now to go back to get that chest. All right, open this. Bonk. No thanks.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I thought it was going to be a map for this area. Ooh, break this. There we go. Thank you for the Lucid Stone. I will get this. Ding. Alrighty.
Oh my gosh!
Flowers!
This is amazing!
Yahoo!
Whee!
This is amazing!
Just going the entire way down. And there's the kingdom. That was a beautiful run.
I just knew the outside world would be full of amazing things. And you helped me find them. Thank you.
A forest clasp. Small boost in strength, moderate in magic, and a slight boost in the maximum AP. And we got ourselves plenty of AP boosts. Rapunzel's items have been returned to storage. Yep, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Rapunzel sure looks happy.
She does.
Well, her dream's gonna come true. They're sending the lanterns up after dark.
Cool. We don't want to miss that.
hit this, save this, click on this, do that. Boom. I think we will need to end it here. I'm probably going to finish off this beer as well before I'm going to finish this beer off, like, before the end of the night. Let me just hit play on this thingy-majiggy. There we go. Some you don't remember. That's okay. This game likes to recap you here and there. So there's that. Alright, I'm gonna turn off the PlayStation and get ready to start finishing up. So tomorrow is going to be more Final Fantasy. I need to pick up on that because I didn't do that like properly for like the last number of weeks now. It's a shame that like MMOs are, are not like, 100% in my brain as they could be. But, we'll try and do that for Saturday. Sunday is going to be a sort of catch-up sort of day. Trying to think if I'm going to go into more Kingdom Hearts, because I'll have the beers with me in the morning, or if I need to do a different game. Actually, I might even do, Magic Online, quite frankly. Try and do some, card stuff. That actually might be something I'll do. Thanks for the Z. Not to worry. Before you all disappear, I would like to go on a little raid with you guys and gals. Alrighty, let's see. So, what's Amez doing? As indicated is for mature audiences. What are they doing? Okay, it looks like they're making keyboards. Or like doing something with the keyboard keys. Meanwhile, Blue is... Alright, Blue, it looks like they're doing some Pokemon Stadium. I think we're gonna go and raid into Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. If I can spell their name right. There we go. Alrighty then. And you guys know the raid message. It's Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys and gals, or guys are prepared to get swole. If you don't have those emotes, that's okay. You can use whatever kinds of emotes you want alongside with them. Otherwise, I want to say a quick thank you, everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I appreciate the raid from Dice Wolf. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow night or next time. Bye for now.